gets a bit of a storm for the Prime Minister, but then things kind of calm down. Is everybody happy? I'm sure it's not, but it's just intent that these kind of public-facing version of it is very interesting. So I think that, yes, it would be a big deal, and it would be yet another sort of big, huge push for people to pass themselves within the Liberal Party and Liberal government what they need to do to fight the regulate. But I'm not sure anymore if that would be enough to really propel them to do something huge. Now, the one thing I'm going to look at is coming out of the cabinet is a better place than I, but I the comment on that, I think they're talking about some bold action. So that is maybe the one thing that they said that will kind of change up, or will come out with some big policy. I don't know what that would be from an electoral point of view that would be able to help them sort of spin things around and demonstrate that change, but maybe they have something in that.
The only indicator we got was really around the possibility of massive change to immigration policy. They're looking at reducing permanent numbers, but still everything's like kind of looking ahead into the fall. No specific announcement other than on the temporary side. Lisa, last word to you on this topic. How important do you think that bylaw is?
So before we get into that, this was also something really interesting that Liberals have been discussing. So they've talked a lot about cutting back on the temporary foreign workers, and they've been asked multiple times, are you going to be cutting back the number of permanent immigration
Permanent residents.
Yeah, that you're bringing in every year, and nobody would say anything. So I find this very interesting because this flies in the way of their 2021 campaign plan as drafted and massaged and perfected by the Century Initiative.
Well, and Mark Miller a little while back had made the mistake, I suppose you could say, of saying that, oh, well, with temporary workers, we'll just convert them to permanent residents and then we'll have fewer of them. Like, just such a flippant remark.
Yeah, but he was serious, and that's the funny thing. Well, it's not really funny, it's the impact of it.
Yeah, it's like, how could you say something like that and just not realize what you just said?
Well, and this goes back to, Tom Mulcair saying, oh, there's a bunch of strong people in the cabinet.
I think the by-election that just passed was very important because it woke people up, and I think that the by-elections to come are going to be equally important. I'm very interested in what my friend Tom Mulcair has to say about the announcement that some Liberal staffers are not going to be supporting the Liberal Party in Montreal, and are vocal about it. And that's just showing that there is a lot of tension within the party for a whole bunch of different reasons, and it's going to be difficult, I think, to see those two by-elections coming up. I would add one other thing. I do think that Pierre Poilievre understands very clearly the fact that without Trudeau in the seat, it's different kind of electoral prospect for him, and that's why they're pivoting hard on their new media, and their media doesn't talk about Justin Trudeau anymore. It's going straight to the to the workers in the warehouses, to the servers, to the farmers and soldiers, etc., and talking to them directly, and it doesn't mention Trudeau once. So maybe they took your advice, actually.
If I remember offer advice any political party. It's Lisa's right, Tom. I just want to get your view on Montreal Buchanan in 30 seconds. What do you think's going to happen there?
It should be a slam dunk for Liberals because the three parts of them riding LaSalle is so Liberal, it should be easy. But Lisa's right. A lot of the Liberal staffers on ideological reasons said they're not going to come in. Actually, your staffers are not supposed to be there, should be volunteers, but they have very few volunteers now. So if they're not able to get out before in LaSalle, they could be in trouble. The Block's not really played it. Conservatives are not really played it. And he has a grip the track candidate, well known in the area, sitting councillor, well liked. He's from the Verdun side. Should have that in anything can happen, but I don't see how the Liberals could possibly lose unless they vote stay so, which they would right back to this Toronto-St. Paul scenario, and a lot of soul searching for the workers. So, not sure how many people have actually heard about this, but in the Montreal by-election, this is almost rather good on the vote. Said, we're done. We haven't looked at any of what you're doing.
Yeah, it was specifically regarding the Liberals' policy around the Gaza Strip. And they have just said, you know what, we're done, we're nothing, figured out on your own. And volunteers are extremely important part of any political campaign, including by-elections.
So, okay, and we talked to the volunteers are literally what won the Toronto St. Paul by-election.
Right, because you've got boots on the ground, people knocking on doors, asking who are you going to be voting for, and then talking to people in their homes, talking to people, when we went to a festival, we were talking to people about the Conservative Party and their platform, just making people aware of what the party stands for, because not everybody is as into politics as we are, right? So, keep having those conversations and keep informing Canadians who may not know exactly what's going on.
When I moved to Scipio, I the campaigns were like, oh my gosh, how do you do this? He does it all for me.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for coming out on short notice today. So, joined today by the president of the Conservative Party of British Columbia, Jeff Cassidy. Always get hefty word about the Mondays. As well as acting president for the Youth United Party, Ryan Pierce. Thank you. As well as the City Light of Kevin Baldwin. This time I'd like to turn the page over to Kevin for his comments.
Thank you, John, and thank you all for joining me. Politics, for me, has always been about doing what is best in the interests of British Columbians. I've spent my entire adult life fighting
to a new edition of Capital Ideas Podcast. Listeners can expect to hear real stories from real investment professionals who are targeted to discuss ideas and conviction. Invest 30 minutes in an episode today. Use that data to find when, if ever, the government will balance the budget in Ottawa. And this year, using the BDO's data, the feds won't balance the budget until 2040. Until 2040. Okay? So that's another decade and a half of a debt binge from the federal government. Now, Chris, you could probably remember back in 2015 when Trudeau was running for prime minister, said he'd have a couple little small, tiny, insy-bincy little deficits and then balance the budget in 2019. Well, now this data from the parliamentary budget officer shows that the feds won't balance the budget until 2040 under the current status quo.
committee deficits. But Prime Minister Harper even did the little hand motion, which was very rare for him to be that colorful. Now, Franco, I can hear some of the folks saying right now, but, we had a lockdown, but, we had a terrible, calamity hit our country. We can't blame him. But I think we can.
I think we can.
Yeah, so I think we can because he said he was going to balance it by 2019, and they didn't do it. And that was before, everything hit the fan. So can you go through some of their spending habits and how it's changed and why it is that they should be held accountable for not balancing this thing?
Well, for starters, back in 2019, before the pandemic, Trudeau missed his balanced budget promise by $20 billion. So he wasn't off by a couple bucks, a couple bars here or there. He was off by $20 billion back in 2019. And oh, by the way, even before the pandemic, the federal government was spending all-time highs, even after accounting for inflation and population growth. So even before the pandemic, when there was no cross-country recession, there wasn't COVID-19, the Trudeau government was spending more money than the federal government did during any single year when we were fighting the Nazis in World War II. That's number one. Number two, we're 2024 now, we're not a pandemic, there is no lockdown, there is no justification for the fact that the federal government is still running a $40 billion deficit, especially after it just hiked capital gains taxes, hiked payroll taxes, hiked carbon taxes, hiked alcohol taxes, brought in a digital services tax, is bringing in a streaming tax, and they're still running a $40 billion deficit. Not just that, this government continues to prove that it has no plan to balance the budget or ability to balance the budget ever. Okay, so we're going to go back to the data. If you're going to pass that the next balanced budget under the current trajectory of this government will be in 2040. But even that assumes no new spending and economic growth every single year. Okay, so what happens if we go through a big-time recession? Well, the budget disaster will bleed even further. And assuming that this government is going to commit to new spending is like assuming that I'm only going to have one piece of pumpkin pie on Thanksgiving. It's really easy, right?
It's sprouting wings. They're ridiculous. The pigs will fly before Trudeau will stop overspending. Oh my goodness.
But let me explain why this really matters, right? It's not just balancing the budget for balancing the budget's sake. Like, one of the big reasons why this matters is that between now and that balanced budget projection in 2040, interest charges on the debt are going to cost taxpayers like $800 billion. Between now and 2040, interest charges on the debt will cost taxpayers about $800 billion.
Okay. Just a sec. Are you speaking 200 something less than a trillion?
You think that's exactly what I'm saying? $800 billion. Okay, we also use, and now that's from now till then, cumulative, $800 billion. That's a cost for each Canadian of $18,000. Okay? And that's hundreds of billions of dollars that can't go to improving health care, that can't go to fixing the potholes in the road, that can't stay in Canadians' pockets, because that's hundreds of billions of dollars that's going to the bond fund managers on Bay Street just to pay interest charges on the federal government credit card.
Okay, so I've got a couple questions there. It kind of stumped me. I didn't realize it was that amount of money. Okay, so if it's that big and it's that awful, and if we stay on this current mine cart, it's going to sink us into this abyss of never balancing it until 2040. One, are there any adults in there right now in Ottawa who are actually in power, who are senior bureaucrats and or in cabinet who are taking this thing seriously? And two, okay, smart guy, your mission, whether or not you choose to accept it, is to balance the budget by October. What would you do?
Okay, so quick answer is no. I don't think there are many adults in the room right now who are in power. Look, this government is giving taxpayers every reason to believe that they couldn't care less about fiscal responsibility. I hate to say it, but I don't know, how else do you describe this? You know what I mean? For example, they just hiked capital gains taxes, a massive tax hike, and they're still running a $40 billion deficit this year in 2024. We're not in a pandemic. We're not, in lockdowns, and they're still running a $40 billion deficit. But now to the better part is like, look, folks, this is just a projection given the current status quo of this government. Balancing the budget would actually only require modest amount of spending restraint. Okay? If the federal government just stuck to its own spending projections from a couple budgets ago, we would have a balanced budget next year. Okay? And remember, when governments table these budgets, they don't just say what they're going to spend this year, they say what they're going to spend in the next couple of years. Well, if the Trudeau government just stuck to its own spending plan from a few budgets ago, balanced budget next year. And you know what? Nobody is criticizing the Trudeau government for having austerity budgets only a couple years ago. So as bad as it sounds, the picture that we're painting, it would just take somebody who would actually cut a modest amount of spending to finally fix the budget. And on that note, any politician who does want to fix the budget, their ability to do so will be directly tied to their ability to shrink the bureaucracy in Ottawa for two reasons. Number one, the bureaucracy has gotten out of control under the Trudeau government. Trudeau has hired 108,000 bureaucrats in less than a decade, a 42% increase. And number two, the bureaucracy now consumes more than half of the federal government's day-to-day spending. So if any politician wants to cut down the deficit and balance the budget, their ability to do so will be directly tied to their ability to shrink the bureaucracy.
I just really wanted to put a fine point on what you said there a couple of minutes ago, and that is that the Trudeau government could balance the budget if it went back to a previous forecasted Trudeau budget, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so this is not some white paper, okay, that we found in the middle desk drawer from the press release that he left over. Okay, this is not something, as far as we can go back to the 90s. No, this is something from 5 years ago. And it was the Trudeau government that did these budget forecasts. What Craig was saying here is that they just went back to that. They didn't actually balance this thing. They're taking the brakes on this, careening debt clock, which just, guys can put the time to that clock. You start staring at it and it just zooms you out because it's going up so fast and it's like $1.2 trillion. It's wild. So all of that note of trying to save money and where we can actually find savings.
So you were, I don't know what you were just waiting for a little bit. So you missed a little bit of the CBC fund. So it turns out CBC is $18-something million in their last round of bonuses. And this is what really jumped out at me, Franco. Even their friends, the so-called friends of the CBC, are mad about that. Do we go to CBC and talk about savings here, or do you want to keep
Why don't you just roll with it, Chris? This is
okay.
Time to bring in the CBC. Go ahead.
Okay. Trying to pry the PBO data out of Prince's hands is hard sometimes. Okay, so with CBC, as we know, it costs us 1.4 trillion. 1.4 billion. Don't give them an idea. Don't give them ideas. It costs us 1.4 billion this year. That is an awful lot of money. For that amount of money, we could pay the wages of 7,000 paramedics and 7,000 carpenters this year, full-time wages. So that's how much it's costing us. But the key that came out lately was that we have a dollar amount now on the latest round of bonuses, more than $18 million in bonuses. And let's just clarify something here. Were these the bonuses that CEO Catherine Tate was being asked about over and over again in committee, and now we got a dollar figure? Where do these ones land?
Yeah, I mean, so look, the CTF we've been highlighting all these bonuses, digging them up for years because of our CTF supporters and their support for our investigative journalist, Ryan Thorpe, who's been going through government documents showing all the bonuses that the CBC has been handing out over recent years. So last year, when we found out the CBC handed out $15 million in bonuses in 2023, while announcing hundreds of job losses just before Christmas, members of Parliament brought CBC President Catherine Tate in front of committee. Tate was like, we don't hand out bonuses. We prefer to call them performance pay or at-risk pay. Well, their bonuses, everyone knows their bonuses, including the CBC staff, who sent us their own documents that call them bonuses. But So that was last year's bonuses. This new $18 million in bonuses are the bonuses that the CBC is going to be paying out this year. Okay, so $18 million in bonuses this year, $15 million the year before that, $16 million the year before that. Going back to 2015, CBC's bonuses have cost taxpayers $132 million. Now, something that stands out to me from this year's round of bonuses is that the CBC has 45 executives, and they're getting more than $3 million in bonuses. Well, beep boop, that means they have a bonus to the CBC executive, but they $70,000. The average salary of a Canadian worker is $70,000. So that means that the CBC executives are taking more money from you in bonuses than what the average Canadian worker makes in their entire year. $18 million essentially saying, well, like, our hands are tied. Our hands are tied. And then you have just politicians, right, in cabinet, in the Liberal government, who are essentially saying, well, our hands are tied. It's to the CBC. So the real problem here is that nobody's actually stepping in. And it's clear that Catherine Tate, the president of the CBC, it's clear she doesn't want to do the right thing and end the gravy train of the state broadcaster. So now it's time for either the Heritage Minister, who oversees the CBC, Pascal St. Onge, or the Finance Minister, Chrystia Freeland, or Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. They must step in and end these bonuses. Or better yet, defund the Canadian Bonus Corporation.
I think that's a good new name for the CBC. That's really good. Okay, did you want to get into the other fun that you had this week? You were talking about gas taxes this week. Right in downtown Ottawa, and this is another thing, if I can just give a little bit of inside baseball. People, I find that mainstream media interest in gas taxes, it's usually generally high-ish, but it can have peaks and valleys. But man, I feel like it peaked a lot this year. There was a lot of general and media interest in how much we're paying at the pump in gas taxes, in fuel taxes. I think that's because so many people are really strapped. Like, people go with affordability. Frankly, they can't take this up. They can't afford food. They can't afford rent. It's brutal for a lot of families. And I think those people are phoning the news stations more often and saying, hey, what the heck? And so I think that that's got a really, really interest in how much we're getting gouged at the gas stations.
Yeah, now or either the price of avocado is just skyrocketing, right? I mean, it's either one. But yeah, so folks, we've been doing what we call gas tax honesty for 26 years. And the reason we do that is because if you know that you're paying the sales tax when you're at the pumps, because you see it on the receipt, but like depending on the province that you live in, you are also paying a federal fuel tax, a provincial fuel tax, federal carbon tax, federal second carbon tax. In some cities, you're paying a transit tax even when you're fueling up. And then for the federal government and all 6 provinces east of Manitoba, they're also charging you their sales tax on top of those taxes. So they tax your fuel, then they tax those taxes. It's called a tax on tax. Anyways, this year, we did gas tax honesty month. So all of August, myself, Carolina, Chris, and Alberta, and our provincial colleagues across Canada have been doing press conferences to sound the alarm on like, hey folks, the tax bill is making the price of pump extremely expensive. Taxes can account for up to 45% of the pump price in Canada, the highest being there in Vancouver. Okay, but like, it's so we've been doing this. We had a lot of success in terms of how much media coverage we were getting, including yesterday, before people don't know when we're filming this, but at the end of August here was when we had our press conference in Ottawa. And one of the things that I was trying to highlight is the tax on tax, right? Because the GST and the carbon tax alone will cost Canadians $600 million this year and more than $1 billion annually by 2030. And you know what, folks? You hear the Trudeau government spinner saying, don't worry about the carbon tax. You get more money in rebates, blah, 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 blah. But that tax on tax money, none of that is rebated back to you Canadians. So that is more proof that the carbon tax does not make you better off. It costs you big time.
So I've been saying millions. I should be saying hundreds of millions that the GST costs you as a tax on tax, just on the carbon tax.
On the carbon tax alone, it's $600 million this year. By 2030, the GST on the carbon tax will have cost taxpayers $6.2 billion.
That is just astonishing. And see, this is where I think people can kind of lose track of it because they're just getting gouged everywhere they go. It always feels like their wages are going up in smoke. There was a gentleman online a few months ago and basically said something like, okay, imagine, close your eyes, imagine what gets deposited into your bank account or what you get in your check, double it. What could you do with that kind of money? Could you get better food for your kids? Could you save for a down payment? Could you get better education for your family? That's generally how much the government's various levels of governments are taking from you. And I think that the fuel taxes are a really good way of showing that, because there's different levels of government, especially if you're looking at municipal, provincial, and federal, in places like Vancouver, where they've all got their hand in your pocket, and it makes everything cost more. It costs seniors more to drive to the doctor's office. It costs parents more to drop their kids off at school. All the shipping costs from the stuff that we need to eat and use. Do you think that message is sinking in, that it's at the fuel pumps quite often, where we're getting soaked the most?
Well, we're certainly getting soaked, right? Governments love to reach into your pocket, it seems like, on every activity of life nowadays, but certainly the gas pumps is one of the big ways where they make your life more expensive and take more money. So let's break down some of those. Depends, because different provincial governments have different fuel taxes, even some city stuff, transit taxes at the pump. So it all depends, but on average, taxes make up about 60 cents per liter of the price of gas, right? 60 cents a liter. So if you're fueling up your minivan, gas taxes are costing about $45 every fuel up, okay? And the federal gas taxes make up a huge chunk of that overall tax bill. Federal gas taxes alone cost 35 cents a liter. And that tax bill is going up because of Trudeau's carbon tax hikes that he has coming down the road. So in 2030, federal gas taxes will cost 74 cents a liter of gas. Federal gas taxes alone, 74 cents a liter of gas in 2030. Which means that family fueling up their Dodge Caravan or minivan or whatever, $56 in federal gas taxes.
That's astonishing. Even when you make normal, around $45 is taxes. Normal minivan? Like, folks, picture what that is every fill-up. That's not just one pump or an annual fee. Every time you're filling up that family minivan, you have $45 in taxes. Like, I could cook an entire Christmas dinner for $45. That is two off of your table. It's astonishing. I really hope that there is some light at the end of this tunnel, that we will eventually see some of those fuel taxes come back down. In the meantime, folks, make sure you're reaching out to your MLAs, your member of parliament, and like go to city hall meetings. Like, raise a statement about this. Tell them that you're sick and tired of being taxed out of months. Did we want to get to our taxpayer project?
Yeah, and I'll start with mine on this. So, we also commissioned another legend poll to ask Canadians what they think about the carbon tax on tax. 62% of Canadians said scrap the carbon tax on tax. 62%, okay? Remove the undecideds, 74% of Canadians said scrap the carbon tax on tax. So the poll, crystal clear, the vast majority of Canadians want big government to scrap the carbon tax on tax to make life more important. So let's test their project. Two things. Number one, to our supporters. Anyone who tells you that a little magical drop that the carbon tax rebates make you better off, you say this, or something to this effect. The government also charges its sales tax on top of the carbon tax, costing us $600 million this year, and none of that tax on tax money is rebated. So baloney. Baloney. I like to say another word, but it's a family show, so family show. But the second taxpayer project goes into Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. Look, I'm not naive. I'm pretty sure, and I hope you prove me wrong, that Trudeau will never do the right thing and scrap this carbon tax. But he could at least end this tax on tax, like the vast majority of Canadians want him to. And with him nosediving in the polls, he's probably looking for some way to show he's doing something about affordability. And one of the ways that he can do that, at the very least, is end this tax on tax at the gas pumps. There, he should take it. I just encourage him as his team, take it. You've been borrowing
element of it and save people $600 million this year. That's an awful lot of money. Speaking of an awful lot of money, my taxpayer project brings us back home here to Alberta, and Alberta just released its first quarterly fiscal update. What that means is a few times a year, the finance minister and the finance department of Alberta gives us that update. It's basically like a mini budget, and that's where they update the numbers. So generally good news-ish. Generally, we have got an accounting surplus, as the finance minister calls it, and it is improved up to more than $2 billion. And if folks remember, back in February, the Earth surplus was so thin you could see through it. It was like $367 million. In a budget worth $70 billion, that's as good as it. So, you can see that it's up. There's a catch. The debt's going up. They pop $4 billion more onto the provincial debt. Now, they don't know the reasons for saying that. They say it's mostly in the capital spending column, and they're doing it now and borrowing money now because it's at a better rate, yada, yada, yada. But this is cause for concern. Yellow light, yellow flag. They have got to be careful about not piling money onto that debt, because this is how provincial governments get into financial trouble. Now, the one little bit of good news concerning the debt is that our debt interest payments, we're now spending less as taxpayers on debt servicing costs, as they call it. Interest payments around $100 million or so in change. So that's at least savings in the bank. So just wanted to give a little caution yellow light there on the Alberta government's fiscal update. They sounded very cautious too, Franco. I don't know if you caught some of Corner's tone. But they sounded pretty cautious about it as well. So the good news is there's a surplus. The concerning element is the debt is going up. The midway good news also into the heritage fund. So, folks, if you want more details on this, if you want your little mini budget analysis, or if you want to find out the CBC executive every area of Canada, head on over to our website, taxpayer.com, sign the petitions that matter to you, and join the fight for lower taxes, less waste, more county government.
We're expecting the former president to take the stage in just a few moments. He's gotten confirmation now that he is inside the building there in Johnstown, Pennsylvania. Again, we are just waiting for him to take to the stage. As we know that this rally in Pennsylvania is important. The state of Pennsylvania is obviously important as well, because it is one of those battleground states that the Republicans and both Democrats are vying for this election cycle. Live look, you can see that people are anxiously awaiting, having their signs ready, phones up, phones out, waiting for the former president to take the stage. It does look like we have a little bit of action there on the screen now. They just zoomed in on that curtain. There he is. He has just stepped out there in Johnstown, Pennsylvania. Former President Donald Trump officially there to take the stage. We do know that Trump is expected to address a full range of topics there as he's in Johnstown, with a particular focus there on energy. And if you've been listening in to our coverage here on Live Now, a few of those other speakers that took the stage earlier today also addressed energy and the plan that the Republicans want to have here in 2024 and 2025 moving forward for energy in several of these states. Of course, this is another time where you're going to see the former president there interacting with the crowd, as he often does. He'll often even turn around and take questions as well from supporters who are standing there to see him. Getting ready to walk up those stairs now. We can hear that music slowly underneath him as he takes the stage, looking around, making sure he's standing up. Good look at all the people there who showed up for him in Johnstown. Now, this is in Cambria County at the
Ottawa. I was staying in her neighborhood too. I've got my special guest Sam Cooper up in Europe. This is an investigative reporter. We need more people like Sam Cooper doing it. When we come back, we're going to be discussing CBSA whistleblower. It says gangs are letting terrorists into Canada, and we'll revisit that story about the 12 MPs cited in that report last year. We'll be right back. And we are in a very precarious position. We need political change, but we also need to resolve this. Please like the station right now if you can, so we can beat the YouTube censorship. You know this is one of the subjects YouTube doesn't want to talk about, but we're doing it anyway. And we can also beat Trudeau's censorship, which we are all concerned about, the Online Harms Act. I mention the Online Harms Act every day because it's coming back for second reading in September or October, and we have got to fight this. Anybody who loves free speech needs to fight this bill, and we need to stop it. Sam Cooper, you are an award-winning journalist with National Post. You're doing things on Substack, the Bureau. It will be in the description. It is in the description. Have a look at what this is doing on Substack. A lot of us are on Substack because we can't get things printed otherwise. Just before we get into this news story here, which I read, and I just find it fascinating, it's the CBSA, of course, the border security in the U.S. It's truly not the transnational story, but it's about transnational gangs that are actually aiding and abetting terrorism. Not just getting into the U.S. We hear that all the time from Republicans about how the open border policy that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have led to terrorists walking across the border. Again, some of them, a large number are just walking through. But we partly think they don't want to get into Canada. Talking about this, and I really. How did you first put into this? And how did the CBSA whistleblower get in touch with you?
Well, my mandate for the Bureau, starting up that investigative platform, being almost in 20 years with mainstream media in Canada, was to give a more fulsome platform to whistleblowers internationally, of course focused on Canada, for national security issues and corruption issues, because especially in Canada, the evidence is that we lack the whistleblower protections that other great nations have. And so the argument that the Bureau makes is that our bureaucrats that are coming out and trying to talk to Canadians about issues like Arrive Can, procurement scandals, they're talking to reporters like myself, digging for the truth about deep corruption concerns in Canada's government. And I have for years been reporting, including in my book, Global Blindness, about concerns that especially Chinese transnational gangs have been infiltrating Canada's immigration system at a high level since the 1990s. So the whistleblower from Canada Border Services Agency, Luc Savarin, national security vetting unit, essentially for the border agency, that was looking at compromised passports that are, lost or stolen worldwide. There are sometimes warehouses of passports still missing. They're picked up by transnational gangs, whether they're in Russia, the Middle East, Chinese-based triads, sell these documents to bad actors worldwide, and this includes terrorists. To get to the point here, Mr. Savarin says he recognized in his unit that transnational crime appeared to have infiltrated CBSA systems, allegedly compromised CBSA workers, and they were using Canada's system to get dangerous actors, whether they be gangsters or terrorists, into Canada. And David, this is the problem. I'd like to stress here. National security issues are really sovereignty issues, they're economic integrity issues, and these should not be political issues. These should be of concern to people that support democracies worldwide, and that's what I push forward with the Bureau, government talking points when they tell whistleblowers like Mr. Savron, nothing to see here. I'm digging deeper and getting nonpartisan bureaucrats that say, yes, there is something very bad to see here.
Well, it's interesting. I know the Canadian CBSA, which is our border police, our border security. I've spoken to, in particular, members of the U.S. border who were also feeling the same tension and the same idea that they cannot get their information out of him. A former deputy in charge, I've interviewed a number of times, spoken to a number of times, J.J. Carroll, who's been talking about the trafficking at the border. I have to be very careful how I phrase that in human beings. Certain words you can't say too. But, of course, has been a documentary. Do you think there's going to be more of the people in Canada, CBSA, who are going to say, look, we know what's going on at this border. We know there are things that the government does not want the public to know. Do you expect other members of CBSA to come forward and confirm this kind of activity is going on?
Absolutely. Since I published that story with Mr. Savron on the whistleblower, I've heard from other people in CBSA that do say these concerns of transnational crime penetrating Canada's systems are real, they're present, and they present a threat at the United States' northern border. So if you think about it, we already hear from U.S. politicians saying that they're going to be not just Mexico they're worried about. They don't want, unfortunately, terrorists that have been able to access Canada's systems to access the United States from the north. And you spoke about Mr. J.J. Carroll. I've interviewed him as well for some stories about the U.S. southern border. And absolutely, this doesn't, again, this doesn't need to be a politicized issue. This is an issue that really rise to the forefront with videos that were created on the platform X. They were not covered by big mainstream media companies until CBS, the national broadcaster, really responded to some of those citizen videos, went down to the border where J.J. Carroll knows that Mexican cartels are working with Chinese criminals to flood that border with sometimes gangsters, sometimes trafficked humans, a lot of drugs. And so CBS did follow the citizen journalists, and now more Americans know certainly there's a deep problem at the U.S. southern border.
Senator Term is a huge problem. Of course, just talk about that. When the revelation first came out about how much here in our electoral process, Trudeau went on the offensive, as he usually does, saying that this is the only government that's actually taking this issue seriously. And we've taken, as he says, we've rolled up our sleeves and we've acknowledged the challenges here, and we're doing all we can to stop it. Of course, it's utter nonsense. It's profited from Chinese electoral interference. And it certainly has done nothing to really stop it. It's got something I want to get to this because I know our viewers are saying, the National Security Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians, and SECOP, which we all heard for the first time, I think, many people. Of course, David McGuinty, an Ottawa South MP, is the chairman of this committee. It's supposed to be a nonpartisan committee. Conservative MPs are on this as well, and it's supposed to be taking a very unbiased, objective look at security in this country. So last June, they come out with a report which Trudeau, I think, selected cabinet ministers read in an unredacted form. Canadians saw the redacted form on the government website, which of course I've read, and the report tantalizes readers with reports of at least 12 MPs that are wittingly accepted foreign influence, bribery perhaps.
I wrote my feed there.
So we're praised for foreign influence. China, paramount. They also say possibly Russia, possibly Pakistan, but it's China. We all know that. There was some media pushback at the beginning in June. They managed to know who are these MPs, where are they? Are they in the governing party only? Are the conservative MPs involved? That Jagmeet Singh read the report and said he was very concerned about it. Didn't say why exactly. The so-called leader of the Green Party of two, Elizabeth May, said she read it. Really? No problem here. Clearly there is a problem here. And as Parliament comes back this month, there will be a protest on the Monday to come back. I was informed when I was covering the Freedom Convoy trial. Somebody comes up to me and said, hey, please come to the protest on Monday. Parliament is going to switch the protest to that. She said, we're going to be reminding Canadians that there are 12 MPs in the House of Commons who are potentially spying for a foreign country. And they said, we think that story has been lost over the summer. I said at the beginning of the summer, I think that's a great concern for Canadians, that this story will be put under the carpet. We will not learn who these MPs are. The report will continue to be redacted for the public. Do you think we're going to get any answers on this? Who these MPs are, what exactly they did to warrant mention in this report?
Well, the context here is my reporting previously for Global News is what forced NSICOP to have to respond and examine these allegations. It was, I reported at least 11 MPs, some witting, some not witting, allegedly were implicated in the Toronto area federal elections in 2019. Additionally, a large number of staff members allegedly working through China's United Front Work Department networks were implicated. And so now fast forward to NSICOP 2024, the redacted details say indeed some MPs and senators, by the way, are allegedly working for foreign governments. As you said, of course, China is paramount here. So what I need to stress is Canadians would know nothing about these allegations had I not reported for Global News. There are ongoing severe legal cases regarding my reporting and others, including the Globe and Mail, and Canadians will not know the details if some lawyers in Canada and perhaps even some courts in Canada have their way. But people can go to the Bureau where I continue to report on these issues, and I've named 4 names already. So they can updated chapter for Willful Blindness, my book that really started the ball rolling on these stories. That will be released in late September. Canadians will be able to learn deeper details, indeed details pointing to David McGuinty, his brother. It's the former Premier of Ontario, who I argue in my book has a lot of connectivity to these problems that have now migrated to Justin Trudeau's office and staff. And David, I'll add this point. I could talk for an hour on this question, but Canadians, of course, need to know more about the details. And the Bureau, along with American media, just reported yesterday that the staff member of 2 New York State governors is now charged in New York, allegedly for changing the speeches of New York senior politicians to be against Taiwan. This staff member is charged with benefiting to the tune of millions of dollars. And David, the allegations that this woman, Linda Sun, is facing resembled exactly the details I have reported in a limited and lawful way about the election interference network in Toronto. But we have no charges in Canada. All we have is politicians with lawyers fighting back against the revelations that have gotten to me.
As I was reading that article before, and of course she worked for Victoria's Andrew Polo, as well as the current governor. And this is absolutely shocking that this thing continues, and these people think they can get away with it in secret and continue to do this. I wanted to touch briefly before I get into another issue, which is, of course, the Chinese police station again, which I'm not sure I thought of it as well. But philosophically speaking, you're an investigative journalist. I don't see a lot of investigative journalists on the horizon for actually working in media anymore. In fact, it's discouraged. Now, I used to be a public affairs officer in the Canadian Air Force, and with my job to write talking points. So I know a lot of the skeletons are buried, let's put it that way. And I used to write talking points about great NATO was, it's new, with advanced missions. Now the Cold War is over. I look at those talking points now and I say, how could I ever have written these things? But what amazes me is when I'm looking at borders today, the journalists, whether they're in Ottawa, whether they're in Washington, they're literally looking at the talking points coming from national defense. You know, how do you do anything? Whatever comes from other government bureaucrats or agencies or departments, right down to the base, and passing the law usually the beginning of the story. Well, yeah, that's where we start. That's where we put some of the gaps, the planks. It's a lot of things the government doesn't want to report to us. Unfortunately, now it's stigma. Believe the government to tell them all the things. And then they have all the specifically, that it's not lying, how America is not real lies. You have to have something walk through all politicians. The politicians are in power. I actually don't care what party it is. You have to be a politician in order to get what people vote, regardless of political parties. And I remember talking to Seymour Hersh last year about the Nord Stream pipeline explosion. And of course, he was the only one at that time talking about the possibility that it might have been the United States who did it, even though they clearly warned that they wouldn't do it. And Seymour Hersh was talking about it, was writing about it, nobody else wanted to talk about it. In fact, here's an investigative journalist who's still doing his job after 50 years, still on the beat, still on the job. You see a dearth of investigative reporting, Sam, not just the United States, but in Canada.
There definitely is. There's a lot to chew on in the way you set up the question. You know, reporters like Seymour Hersh, I really don't agree with his take. I don't think he got Nord Stream right, but he is out there as an independent asking questions. He's throwing something into a, bristle for the mill, and he may have got, stretched right, but his right to be an independent reporter and out there digging for facts is something that's crucial in today's world, because I would not even claim that I've got every story in my career 100% right, but I'm there as an independent investigator with big curiosity and I would say doggedness, looking for facts that, as you say, too often the press corps, whether it's Washington or Ottawa, they've got a lot of pressure on them to show them stories, and they are taking talking points. I think that when Ottawa's press corps looks at itself with regards to the Trudeau administration and sees where the Canadian population is now in terms of looking at literally the scandal for the past 8 years, where was the press really on a lot of those stories? Where was the press on the Chinese interference story until I stepped up as a rather, I would call myself an outside reporter rather than an inside access to power reporter. That's what's important in independent investigative journalism and a multiplicity of voices. And as you say, champions of the past like Mike Wallace were not going to take a guff and spin from politicians, military spin doctors, or officials. They were not going to say everything's conspiracy, but they were going to test what the public was being sold and come out with their own take based on, wisdom and analysis. And, back to the point of, what we're talking about, that's what I have to continue to do with Chinese interference, with the infiltration of Canada Border Services Agency. These are big stories, shocking. Some of them hard to believe, but that's why, I've started a business to keep clicking and pounding on these stories until, reportable truth can come out.
Well, that's exactly what we need, is something called reporting the truth. And for those of you who just joined the broadcast, we're talking to award-winning journalist Sam Cooper of the Bureau. Watch his material on Substack. Read it. He's doing a tremendous job in exposing what needs to be exposed. He used to work for Global News and Ad. Post is an independent now, as I am largely. And I wanted to touch one more time on these 12 MPs before we finally go on to police cases. But I think there's a general consensus in all of it, not just amongst the bureaucrats, but with all political parties, that they really don't want to pursue this any further. I didn't see the enthusiasm that I would have expected from your colleagues conservatives. And I have no idea who these MPs are, but I've received no inside intelligence from any of my contacts in Parliament Hill or the House of Commons about this. And in fact, I don't even know outside the Prime Minister and it's like you know who these names are. And I have no idea whether a conservative is included in amongst these names. So it would seem to me more logical to target government MPs because you can get more from government MPs in terms of action and the stated goals.
I think there 100% is a lack of desire and lack of will. I'll make about 3 points here. One, I reported on the NSI Cup 2019 report. I'm the only journalist in Canada that has that unredacted report, which is really a precursor to this 2024 report that your viewers talked about more. And look, I'll give you 2 facts. The 2019 NSI Cup report, as our reporting procedure says, all 3 major Canadian parties have MPs and members that have been involved with foreign nations. What else does it say? I'll give you one shocking thing. I propose it says provincial governments puts to a lawsuit that government on issues related to China providing information to Chinese officials. And listen to this. This is a direct quote. And promise to attack any other MPs that raise Chinese human rights abuse issues. Now, David, I believe I do know the name of that person. I've talked about legal threats, ongoing legal cases, so I won't be mentioning who I think is involved. But remember, this is a 2019 report for Justin Trudeau, read by Justin Trudeau. My question is, who is this politician, politically connected politician, likely from Ontario, and are they connected to Justin Trudeau? I'll leave it at that, but there's so much do other party leaders want more comments? Look, I can tell you this. Former Conservative leader Aaron O'Toole was attacked by China. We now know that from the Code Commission. It appears he was taken down from some elements within his party connected to China. And certainly the current leader, Pierre Poilievre, is not favored by China at all. He would appear to probably be China's worst concern. But a very senior Conservative Party member, my information from sources that have proved credible, was a member of the Toronto Election Interference Network. And I'll add this because I know you want to talk about Chinese police stations. I've reported recently from senior United States national security sources that they believe the command and control for Chinese triads laundering fentanyl proceeds for Mexican cartels through North American banks is based in Toronto. And I'm saying today, David, that Canada's government, none of these reports have come out with the facts that I know, that Chinese organized crime is at the center of this election interference story, and I believe supporting a number of the unidentified Canadian politicians that are colluding with China.
Wow, that is incredible. Toronto, the center of the narco industry. They're the Chinese narco industry. What an unbelievable report we saw. Incredibly pervasive the Chinese interference was in Toronto in terms of interfering in nominations, the Liberal MP, going after Chinese dissidents who are living in Canada, specifically ones in Toronto. We saw these reports. Toronto area MPs being harassed. And of course, I probably wants to get to the bottom of this. I think there's tremendous pressure from outside sources not to. You have to remember the Conservative Party, much like the Republican Party in the state, there's the two parties. There's the Make Canada Great Again segment represented by Pierre Poilievre, and there's the old Tory Party, which really doesn't want any of the populists. It rejects populist policies. It rejects the word quality of women, the Freedom Convoy. It rejects any sort of alliance with working class ordinary Canadians. It wants to be the elitist party in Canada. It wants to be old Tory blue. So I think a lot of those forces are working against Poilievre quietly. As long as he stays 20 points ahead of Justin Trudeau, they're going to keep their mouths shut. But I think there's inside pressure for him not to delve into this, because I think you have exactly stated what the problem is. There are probably conservatives involved, but not ones immediately surrounding Pierre Poilievre. And the embarrassment could be there simply because of the name. And that, I think, is really the nexus of the issue here. But I wanted to touch on the Chinese police station. That's one issue that did seem to get into the media, and people did think that was a bit of an outrage. That we had Chinese police stations in Montreal, Vancouver, and Toronto that were actively going after Chinese dissidents who were the diaspora who had come to Canada and who China deemed to be outlaws, essentially. They still want to prevent. And this has gone on in Australia. We saw a fascinating Australia 60 Minutes report about how Chinese police stations are working in Canberra and Sydney and that country to actively harass and pursue Chinese dissidents who had immigrated to Australia. Same thing happened in Canada. But of course the government assured us through the former Justice Minister, or the Public Safety Minister at the time, who's now sitting in the back bench, that the problem was solved. We've shut these police stations down. Don't worry, folks, it's all over. Is that true, Sam?
Yeah, it's not true at all. And, to start my answer again, because often, these facts are hard for Canadians to believe, but this U.S. government case I'm talking about, targeting the aid of 2 New York governors, says that the key factor here is Beijing's foreign influence arm, the United Front Work Department, and this arm is tasked to get into our diaspora communities, our Asian communities around the world, of people that many of them ran away from the authoritarian regime of the Chinese Communist Party, and yet this United Front is reaching into our democracies to chase them down and to intimidate them and to essentially, try to silence them. Xi Jinping is trying to protect his power, and that's what the Chinese police station story is all about. These community groups that could have been grassroots years ago have been taken over by Beijing's United Front Work Department and consulate officials in New York, Toronto, Vancouver, Montreal, and that is who is essentially giving the orders for these bricks and mortars Chinese police stations. And David, again, I harp on this point over and over again because I have to, because I'm the only Canadian journalist with full visibility and understanding that Chinese police stations, this is from senior, U.S. intelligence, Canadian intelligence, my sources, these stations are run by Chinese organized crime that are involved in underground activities in our cities. And I'm telling you and your viewers, my information, which is credible, these Chinese police station gangsters are the key factor involved in the election interference funding scandals. So you see how this ties together. And so for Canada's former Justice or Public Safety Minister to say this is solved, he's a smart man. He knows it's not solved. He knows the RCMP has yet to issue a charge against these police station leaders, who I'm saying are organized crime, and yet again, south of the border in New York State, we see cases piling up of the FBI going after a staff worker connected to these United Front networks, which I'm telling you are the central factor in the Chinese police stations. So Canadians, we're still waiting for justice, and most importantly, David, because I know many of my sources are from the Asian community in Canada, they're afraid. They're not being protected. They've been neglected for decades, while, as I've reported at the Bureau, previous administration, but most importantly and specifically Justin Trudeau's administration, were repeatedly warned about China's police station activities and did nothing, again, until media reports from myself and others brought this issue to the forefront.
Yes, and of course, the elusive name, I was trying to come up, Marco Mendicino, who was the former public safety officer, who was demoted, is sitting in the back benches right now, but still maintains, of course, no problem here, folks, nothing to do. And thank you for that update.
See, spit on that thing. What do you do to your politicians? Akira! You spit on that thing!
Investigation, limited media investigation, largely led by you, into Chinese election interference. And I think it was out of desperation, obviously, because people do not become whistleblowers in a whimsical act. It's a fateful decision, and if your name is ever released, it can be absolutely catastrophic. You need any of your complaints to life, and possibly, some kind of judicial penalty being involved, especially if it's a national security issue, whether it's military or CSIS or the RCMP or anything that hinges on national security. So I'm sure this individual did not do this lightly. And when we watch the hearings into China's election interference, the director of cases seemed to be quite frank in his assessment that Justin Trudeau doesn't take this very seriously. And he said that memos were not being read, but Justin Trudeau just understood the facts because they told so many times that Chinese election interference, Chinese interference was a problem for Canada. Even though Justin Trudeau seemingly does not read reports, does not read memos, he's too busy reading comic books. But this seems to me to indicate CSIS has its problems. Question about it. I disagree with the performance. But do you think there's a willingness for this security agency to investigate this further and obviously bring back that will actually be disclosed?
Well, yeah, I can tell you factually, because I am the one that led this story. I am the one that accessed sources who have read my book, Willful Blindness, and understood that I knew issues. People came to me, and they were concerned, most specifically, that Justin Trudeau's administration was not responding to repeated warnings of Chinese interference, touching all parties, but most specifically coming close to Justin Trudeau and his circle. That's the issue here. And nothing has happened. Remember, as I told you, I reported to the Bureau based on documents. Justin Trudeau was warned repeatedly about Chinese police activity. Nothing changed. The public knew nothing. Warned repeatedly about election interference. Justin Trudeau did nothing. The facts are this was covered up. And let me repeat again. We see very serious charges south of the border this week against a political staffer with access to governors. Could it be the case that as political staffers with access to Justin Trudeau and influence are guilty of the same activity, but Justin Trudeau did nothing? We have a charge in the United States. We have nothing in Canada. In fact, as I'm saying, we have severe pushback against whistleblowers and reporters that took, the responsibility and bear the load of telling Canadians their democracy is under attack. And so these are the facts here. There's a lot of danger for journalists in Canada. I'm going to be pushing forward with telling Canadians more about what they need to know. I do believe that many CSIS and RCMP officers want to see charges. They want the facts to come out. I've been told explicitly, people in Canada's government want my work. CSIS and the RCMP are politically controlled from the Prime Minister's office. That's the problem in a nutshell. We need reforms in Canada. We need new laws. Our democracy, our diaspora communities need to be protected. And I've written for the Bureau that we also need an independent anti-corruption agency. Because I'll finish my answer to you like this, David. Again, the people that came forward to me said that very point. CSIS is not very good in investigating members of government in politically sensitive investigations because, again, CSIS gets political pressure from the top. So you see the Gordian knot there.
Yeah, well, I certainly do. And that's a problem in the United States as well. These agencies are tethered to the government today, and in the States to the President, Canada to the Prime Minister's office. And that is something I think you're is begin to have that effect. We have again this morning, for example, I saw Stanford up in the Bureau, fantastic subject, Korean support agent subject. Sam's going to further talk to you and viewers. If you tune in late, watch this interview from the beginning. There is some incredibly revelatory information in terms of how bad the situation is. If you think Chinese interference has been contained, think again. Sam, thank you so much for joining me today. It's a pleasure. Certainly, never have you on again to talk about this because I know Canadians are concerned about this. I know Canadians think this is not the end of the story. And having hearing from committee looking at this, there's a lot of bluster going on in the House of Congress. Is anything actually changing? So, and I think you said today, no, it's not real. So, thank you for your work, and please keep being investigative journalists that this country lacks, because tremendous job. The reports you're coming out with, literally nobody else covers this. And I'm glad you took the route you did, because I'm not sure you could have kept doing this to the degree you are had you stayed with these other media outlets, but you're not always willing to do it all the way. Thank you, Sam, and thank you everybody for watching today. And please join us again tomorrow as we continue to give you all the news you need to know.
Hey folks, this is Alex from 72 Hours. I just want to quickly talk to you about the Essential Emergency Roadside Kit. So this kit is an absolute necessity to help you and your loved ones get out.
This is crazy. Marcel Ernie, thank you for joining me today, by the way. But recently, you know, this is probably not going to come to a big surprise to a lot of people in Canada, but as these tent cities have been propping up all over the place, it's only a matter of time before it turns violent. And it turns violent on innocent people that are just, you know, trying to live their daily lives here in Canada. And now, here I am talking to you. It was so surprising to hear from you last week to say you were attacked. And not only that, the RCMP couldn't give two shits about it. That means sorry to throw a swear out there at the beginning of the video, but that's where we're at. Tell me the story.
Yeah, I mean, being attacked, jumped by 4 people was one of the scariest moments of my life. And I've crashed motorcycles just a month ago at 184 kilometers per hour. That was super scary. I closed my eyes. Yeah, I died. That only lasted for like a few seconds. Then you realize you're alive, right? I've been running for my life, being attacked, and I'll get into the whole story and explain it, but essentially jumped by 4 people. And one of them doesn't even know why they attacked me. They're just spurred on by the other people, you know, gang mentality. And robbed. They were attacked and robbed. And that was super scary. I thought I might die because you never know if you're going to get knife in that scenario. You're on the ground getting kicked and punched and knocked over where you can't even look one direction because they're just flying in so many different directions. We've all been in little high school fights and stuff, but if you actually on the ground, you just suspect you can do besides trying to roll. And just trying to roll. And then after that, the police RCMP response was just another massive blow to the scenario. Like, blown away by what happened to be attacked, and then I'm blown away by the lack of RCMP professional responsibility and just doing a proper investigation like you think they would do if it was somewhere else. If it was dealing with another citizen who is in the system of an attended court case, they would go into this normally, I would believe. Like, I actually charged something with myself when I was in high school, an attack outside of the high school, and the police go and take written statements. And everybody don't come to your house, take a written statement, they take it very seriously, right? In this instance, not a single written statement. In fact, I'm like, I could point them out, and they wouldn't walk with me until they say that it's already escaped. Like, they're just way back to their tents, and I knew, I watched them after the fact. I'm like, here's this guy in the tent, one of the main guys who's 6'3", shirtless and practically bald. I know he's in his tent, and I'm like, let me show you the guy. I can point it to you. And they refuse to walk with me, saying it's
Well, before we get into all of that, let's get into, well, first, for people who don't know who you are, Marcel Ernie, you're, of course, like a racer. You're not a stranger to adrenaline and these kinds of scenarios where you said you scratched your bike and these things happen, right? And we've known each other for some time. You were a pretty active activist during the whole COVID thing. Since pretty chilled out, I'm understanding. You were back in your hometown of Kelowna, and walk me through this. What happened?
yeah, I made the news like years during the COVIDism, and so I've dealt with police a lot, and I still have court with Conrad Herbs. We just had court with Conrad Herbs on the 28th of August, so that's a whole other story about that judicial justice. But so that happened, and the next day, on the 29th of August, my friend Percy said, hey, let's go for a one-wheel. And he beats me here at Hillcrest Place, and then one wheel to downtown Kelowna. One wheel to Metric, one wheel down for go like 25 kilometers down. And so we one wheel all downtown and keep going all the way to the end of Kelowna's waterfront. And then I'm like, hey, do you want
this is a trail that's actually like advertised for, right? So
ship me the website. I got this up here, and this is you know, OpenOnionRailTrip.ca. Is aimed at this and encouraging people to come out, but it also coincides with these cities that are popping up all over the country, right through the middle. That's correct. You can see the picture right there all the time. So they measure it down. And literally one goes to the corner, one around. So yeah, so after the from here, you turn around and town on board. And I've been there many times in the past, but that's definitely a story that I can hear. Mine has been almost actual right there, you like that, and that's the whole story. It's been trying to stories about one guy with a fire, I just learned the story. And I never had any issues on it. There's just that thing that was yelling. So first thing one day, we went on the rail trail, and we go through Tent City all the way past Tent City, we see it out the first time. And I had to sit there for years. So it's from 25 to 30%. I've only been there in the winter time and actually hanging out on pocket animal birds. I actually below, and I was there for like interviews that I got to know. And actually know what you heard. Red Orwell, zero friendly to the area. People that interview time to absolutely. And I ran into Curtis when I was there as well. After I was involved in, and I asked him how he read this page 4. I just watched that whole report. He talked about how he loved it about the Outlook Park. And that's what I recommend everybody go to the Outlook Park. Anyway, so, yeah, there's people there that are friendly, they're going to eat like snacks the whole time. You don't have to worry about it. It's not even that. It's a combination of the drugs. And they're just hysterical. So one week, and I said, I'm going to film and I have to film this series of here. Inside the rest, that was that journal. I just stopped posting on shadow back by the way, lockdown on me. And absolutely. Yeah, anything. And people are very, very much not much to do with that anyway. So for big things out there, like what we do with turn around on the road and now going back. I just hold my phone not like this, but like down the side, just to get the my wide and I slowed down when there's some people on the side and they left their like tight, just doing a balance very tight and I with them, the phone and start
nice people to be, and they're not going to stop and talk to you or yell at you, right? So she is the policy on her mountain bikes. And guess what? There's another mountain bike. There's this big guy who's got the First Nation blood in him. You can tell by the photos of the kid in Canada. And he weighs like 220 pounds, fat, you know, like I'm looking back at them. I mean, I can only go, they could go just as fast as they on a bicycle as I can on one wheel, right? And she just keeps talking to me, and the other guy, I'm like, oh, I even pulled, you know, kind of job. And she rams into me with her bicycle. Like, I'm on the one wheel, the house is going on, and she just goes and smacks her front tire, just boom, and the one wheel goes down, and then self-balances, because her tire's like, up my one wheel. And I stay up. And I'm like, oh shit. And then the guy comes in within, 5, 6, 7 seconds later and rams me with his bicycle and she's late. And now I'm just completely my one wheel just and I'm just crashing, right? Off my one wheel. I get up, the big tall guy, Sherman, with his white head, is at me. And he just throws 1, 2, I mean, he's above me, right? I'm looking up at him, and the punches are just coming, and I don't know how I'm still. But he threw 3 punches, and somehow I was able to get the job with the punch. I mean, I was green belt for grade 9, and just totally experience. And, but of course, this guy's probably high, and so his punches are very accurate. And so then I threw like a power punch, and he got so much reach, I don't even think I hit him. It's just too far for me to make the reach position I was in. And then I kind of stop around, and now I'm running from him. I'm literally running, and he's chasing me around the dirt. And I run, and I pick up my one wheel just on the path. It's at least 45 pounds, right? It's heavy and awkward. I guess I should head up. And so he's literally just at me, and I pick the one wheel, and I'm just like, get away from me. I'm using the one wheel as like a divider between us, trying to push him away with the one wheel, just walking, trying to punch me with the one wheel. And then I start to run away from him. I start to run down the Cape Yard, and I'm heading west towards the lake, towards the center of the city. That was essentially the third of it when it happened. And he's chasing me. And I'm carrying this 45 pound board, and like this guy's running, he's in flip, and I just can't help run. And I'm like, I have like a gap of like 6, 7 meters, and I'm like, I just like put the board down and get on it. And then I could just go 25 kilometers to get away. And I put the board down and jump on him, and he's just sprinting at that point. He's just jogging, and then he's full on sprint, and just, I get on the bus, and just boom, right? And just knocks me completely down.
Just so people know what you're talking about, this kind of board you're talking about.
It's all about the left.
You can ride around in the same color. And he's not off.
Yeah, so first I got knocked off, and then he did a little fist fight with me, and I dodged him pretty much all the punches. Then I was running with the one wheel, put it down, checked it on it, and he happened to just knock me off again with running into me. And I'm then running away from him, yelling at him, just stop it, like what else can you say? Leave me alone, stop it. And he's completely deranged, he's fucking high. And I, somehow in that whole thing, I pick up the one wheel again. And, I mean, he's just throwing punches, just doing anything to attack me. And these 2 bicycle people, the girl and the guy, the native guy and the girl who is like short, white hair, big, like 150, 160 pounds, men's clothing, dressed like a butch girl dressed, like totally butch lesbian dress style. And they're continuing on to follow me on the bicycle during all this. And I'm running with the one wheel, and now I'm just completely adrenaline insane, like war zone adrenaline, just running like a madman with this one wheel. And she's following on the bicycle, and she yells to people who are just all congregated on this path, because this is where they live, right? The government puts them in, and feeds them, and everything. And she yells, "Get him! Get him! Get him!" She says it 3 or 4 times. And the people in front just start to congregate right in front of me, and this one guy just gets right in front of me, and I just running at him, essentially, it just goes steps in front of me, and I just try to run through and deflect off of him, and he
pile drives me at the same time, and I go down. And boom, and now I'm on the ground. And I get to my back, and they're all above me, throwing punches, and I'm just like on my back. Get away from me, just keep yelling at them, and they try to throw punches, from above, right? Because I'm on the ground on my back at this point. And then I try to get up, and I got hit from a punch from behind in my helmet. And I'm wearing it just like this normal bicycle helmet when I one wheel. And I'm wearing armored shorts, too, like the ones I wear for street bike racing. So the pads with cheeky, armor and the hips and the tailbone and stuff. And I got hit from behind, and then I go down. And then I got a soccer kick to the head, full on. The guy that initially got in my way as I was running from the call and get him, he did a full-on soccer kick to my head, and then just completely boom. And my neck just jarred. This guy's doing a running kick as everybody else is attacking me. And I go down, and I'm laying on the ground, and then I'm just getting boom, 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 boom. You just feel the hits hitting the body. And I'm just trying to protect my head and thinking I'm going to die. Because this is like, these guys are insane on meth and other drugs, and they're just, one of them could just stab you. Let alone,
Well, they're assaulting you, to the point where, you're lucky that you don't have serious injuries.
Brain injury. This is the only thing stopping me from a possible brain injury or hemorrhage, or at least the worst concussion ever, right? And I am just full-on survival mode. This is fight or flight. I have never been in this in my life, besides motorcycle crashing. But like I said, that only lasts a second or two.
And if you crash your motorbike, everyone's coming to your aid, not the other way around. This is a scenario that you don't know the end of.
Yeah.
So what ends up happening?
I just continue to roll. All I can do is roll because I can't get up, because the soccer kick, as soon as you get up, you get the soccer kicks under your chest or under your face, right? And so there was at least three of them, like the three men beating. I don't know if the girl was watching or not. I just can't see now because I'm just getting kicks from everywhere and my head's down. And I roll, and I start to roll, and I finally get back up. And the only person that was instigating me now was the original tall guy, shirtless. He was the first one to try to punch me. And everybody else backs off, and my phone was stolen. They had gotten my phone, and that was it. They stopped.
And then you flee the place and found the police. Did you have your board with you when you got to leave?
So when I got up, they were all surrounding, and the guy's swearing at me still, puffing up his chest, kind of the shirtless dude. Everybody else kind of backed off. I'm like, he stole my phone. My phone's not on my hips. It's on a hip holster. Like one of those big boxer ones. Yep. And my sunglasses are gone. And I'm like, where's my phone? And it was recording the whole time, as obviously, but even though I had something on my hip when they're, coming at me on the bicycle, it was on my hip. And where's my phone? Where's my one wheel? They were both gone. I saw the one wheel at a distance, just way over there, 10, 15 meters over there on the side of the dirt. Somebody had grabbed it and moved it over there. And my phone's gone, and everybody just started to leave. And now, by the way, I was with my friend Kirsty, right? And I look up to the left, and there's Kirsty. He's carrying a little dog that looks like a minute in his arm on the one wheel the whole time. And it looks like a miniature Doberman. And anyway, just watched me get beat. And then I looked to my right, and there's a commissionaire. So commissionaire in the city of Kelowna pays for security. And remember on the night of January 29th, I had the commissionaires called the police on me for and monitoring me because I was an independent reporter and protester, right? The commissionaires who have no jurisdiction on the street were monitoring the vehicles during the biggest rally Kelowna's ever had on January 29th, the beginning of the Freedom Convoy from the west to the east, right? And so the commissionaires, they have jurisdiction on the sidewalk, and there's one that's hired there to be there all day long. He sits in his car all day long, every day, 24 hours a day on shifts. And he was standing there at this point, just 20 meters over there, and he watched the whole thing. Those guys carry pepper spray, they're wearing bodyproof vests. They won't do shit, right? They're just there.
Was he able to be a witness to the scenario, to the thing that happened?
Well, I would sure hope so. That's a good question. Is what the police should have taken a statement from him, of course. But the police won't tell me anything, right?
So my question now is, the scenario's over. you're able to escape, obviously without your possessions, and your friend, I'm guessing, didn't call the police.
No, he one wheels over the commissioner, and the commissioner radios, KSOC, which is Columbus Security Operations Center. The only reason I know that is because of my court dealing herbs, right? And I have the transcript and the report from them, being biased towards protesters. So I know all about these codes of KSOC. And the KSOC is at headquarters. He calls the police on me with herbs, by the way. But they are supposed to, they call the police that, this guy's getting attacked and assaulted and robbed in 10 cities. And so then Christy and I are with him, and I'm like, so he called the police, and he's like, I read you with my KSOC, and they'll be here. And then I get on my one wheel, and I'm going to find these guys so I can ID them, and we're going in their tent now. And I get on the one wheel, and I look down, and the guy who attacked me, the tall one, who threw most of the punches at the beginning and the end, I see there's his tent, him and his girl in his tent, his wife or whatever, and he's just, of course, threatening me to get away from him, and I don't have a camera to take a photo. I'm trying to memorize where he is, right? And then I go back and talk to the commissioner. Like, why aren't the police here? The police station is just up the road. It is a 1 minute drive away. Police station. 1 minute, 20 seconds off from the actual drive time. We're there 10 minutes. Nothing. I continue to one wheel around as we're waiting, and I spot the other guy that hit me in the head, and the one that knocked me down when they were yelling to get him. He was actually wearing like a little reflective vest, construction kind of style, just over top of his thing, or part of his sweater, reflective, so he was easy to memorize. And I go up at this little volunteer thing where people get free drugs or free paraphernalia or whatever, and I'm like, take a picture of this guy. Please take a picture of this guy. And they're like, why? And I'm like, because he just assaulted me. And they're like, well, I know who he is. His name, and I don't remember. And I'm like, okay, whatever. And then I run to back, and then police still aren't there. It was like 15 minutes. It could have been just 11 or 12. I don't have the time, at that moment to understand actual time. And then first he's like, well, I'm down on the line. Forget this guy's KSOC. We can't trust him anyway. And he died called the police. So he died 911. Now it's 5:30. Because I have a call log, so I'm trying to figure out the time of the assault. So 5:30, call 911. I'm on the phone for 1 minute. Police show up. I hang up. And I roll right up to the first guy, 5 cop cars rolling at the same time. So instead of them coming right away, they all gang up the cops, wait around until 5 cars go north. And then they come in all together, because guess what? It sounds like they're afraid of Tent City themselves. Yet, our advertising that the rail trail and it's open to the public to see, right? And paid for by the city of Florida, and eventually paid for, right? So I say, I'm the one that was assaulted. They're still here. I can point them out. Just follow me on the car. And I one wheel and I point out the guy that knocked me down when I was running. Knocked me down before I got the full-on Leon with the reflectors. He didn't run away. And then, he's following me. And then they all stop in the middle where the commissioner was. And to arrest the one guy. And I'm like, okay, let's keep going. The other guy's right up here. And they said, you know, I have 4 cars rolling, 4 cops rolling. One of them is talking to the Officer Campbell, who's female, who's got to be under 30. And then the other individual who's next to that guy, he's got to be like 30 as well. He's young, he's 14 days, so it's really like he's a cop rolling. And I'm like, let's do it. He's like, we need to engage the backup. We can't do it. It's not safe. There's 4 units, 5, 6, 7. There's 7 there at the front. It's not safe, so right now. And they all have a little huddle together, the 4 of them, and then the other 3 are standing behind, and I'm like, come on, I can pull them out. There's the guy is right down here. I just saw them. And my phone, my GPS thing, I have a speaker. One of those big console, the G12, right here. I'm like, my phone just it's connected, disconnected. The phone is still right there. It's in the vicinity. You can travel, you can Bluetooth to your phone. I listen to music on it, so the phone just connects, disconnects. It's either just, I'm like, I really you're within 10 meters of your phone. Well, it's probably maybe 20 meters. Either it's just disconnected or it's disconnected, but it just made the ring right there and there. And I'm like, oh my god, this is a good way. I can just ride up and down and wait for it to reconnect, right? Yeah. And so they refused to do anything, and what's worse is I talked to the one couple, for a 2-minute synopsis of what happened. And then we're waiting around for 10 minutes, let's go. But they call EMS or the ambulance, but they show up 20 minutes later. Let's go. And they all kind of want to circle and keep marked up. We're having that private conversation here. I'm like, what is going on here? You know, I can only think back to Earth. They all know who I am, right? They all know who I am.
You really don't know. You had a confrontation with an officer at Freedom Convoy rallies. They just want to pull him, right? He went above and beyond his line of duty, let's just say. Wanted to arrest you, put you in some various situations. Purpose, because he wanted to try to arrest you and he came out. He couldn't get back into something right away, and so you filed a police complaint against him, and that's $100 still. So it's cops are buddies with each other. I don't know how much or what, or if it's even related. At the end of the day, that's scary. A citizen just assaulted by places. This is in town. Folks, you're riding your bike, you're riding your scooters, you're riding all these things as a tourist attraction. And 10-50 is now there with these, I mean, how else do you say it? Vagrants, homeless people, drug addicts, all of this stuff. And now violent assailant at this point. And the police, it just sounds like they just weren't having it. Like, tell me why.
It was so weird. I even said to Kirsty, what is going on here? They don't even want to find the guys. They literally waited for 30 minutes for them to leave. Like, they can go through the back of the fence and that stuff. The fence is open in all the back areas. But the guy gets away. He's in the tent where the police first rolled up. I knew the tent was going to get to. It was like 35 or 40 minutes before I finally convinced them. The EMS already, like, you know, oh, my legs were bleeding. My ankle was swelling up, my left thumb was sprained, you know, and the bruises on the arms and everything else. You know,
I'm very lucky nothing worse because of wearing the helmet and all that.
Yeah, so I just said, EMS, just give me something for the blood on my knees, like if they're bleeding, they're literally, you know, stabbed up like, you know, easy size. And then I'm like, I want these cops to do something. I'm not going to go with you or sit with you guys. Like, I got to be here and fight for my rights. And the rights of everybody, and accountability and transparency, and make sure these guys are arrested and charged. And so, do a quick EMS, and then I'm just waiting around. Come on, guys, let's go. What are you waiting for? What's the big secret? You know? And then finally, okay, we're ready to go. We walk up, and I'm like, here's the tent the guy was in. And then they're like, well, we can't actually look at any tents without permission. We're treated like they're, you know, private property. And I'm like, oh, wonderful. And so they like, hello, into the tent, the one that I saw the guy, the one that I remembered the guy was in, but I could still be wrong because, man, they just look all, it's just a pile of tents, you know, like, it's so hard to memorize, but I'm like, I think this is the one. You don't see them with a big blur of tents. And they're like, hello, and there's a girl in there, which there was before as well. And they're like, hey, we're looking for a phone, can we come in? And she's like, sure. She let them in, even though she could have said no. And, you know, then they come out, is this your phone? And I'm like, no, not my phone. And that was it. And took a walk up and down, and Officer Campbell and Constable Juke, they're both constables. I asked for a sergeant. I want a sergeant. I want the watch commander down here. We need some actual police work to be done. And they're like, well, there's no watch commander available. No, you know, there's nobody available. There's nobody available. And that story keeps going. And what are you going to do? I'm like, I need to physically ID them. Who else can ID them besides me? You know, we need to do a lineup. They need to catch them based on description. So I'm talking to the cop. I'm like, so you're going to need some statements. You know, we're going to need to ID these guys. We're going to have to come back and sign them. And you're going to need me to just do it. And I'm the one like, how are you going to investigate this? How can I help? And they're like, we're busy. I understand that you know, you guys asked, but like, you know, we're busy. We have other calls to go to. We have many things to do. And this is from the main guy who took the file number, file 2024-50404. He's telling me he's busy. I'm just like, I remember
What
like,
did they do for the file? They just took a statement from you of what took place? Or?
no, the only time somebody asked me what was going on was the girl in the first 2 minutes when they arrived in Huxtable Campus. Like, no. It's a verbal thing. Let's go get the guy. Like, the other sailor, they just told me what, you know, the quick detail of what happened. The one wheel, and then I got attacked here, and then I ran, and then they attacked me here, and stole my phone. And so they have really no information for an actual written statement whatsoever. And, you know, they arrested the one guy, they grabbed the one guy and put him in the back of the car, right there. And, of course, I'm just absolutely still riled up and, you know, just trying to gather myself. And it's hard to think straight in that moment with all those details. But, so essentially they weren't going to do anything. And I'm like, well, I need to pin my phone. We can track my phone. So I get on the person's phone and I try to log into my Google with an Android. And then I go to log into Gmail or whatever, right, to do it. And it's like, oh, you know how when you log in now with secondary security that sends you a number to your phone?
Yes.
And then you put in like, and then you put in 64, you know, approved kind of thing, you know, on your second computer and phone. And I'm like, great, I can't even log into Gmail on my friend's phone because it's pinging to like my secondary phone or my phone that was stolen, right? So we then leave at like 6:30 and one wheel all the way back to my girlfriend's place, and I grab the phone I'm talking to you on or the computer, and I log in and I track it, and I can see it exactly at the fence line of Beatty Road, right behind Tent City, where the tents are against the fence, KBR tents, and then Beatty Road. And I'm like, it's right there. So I call the police station back. You know, you're talking to their switchboard operator for 10 minutes. He gets you over to dispatch. You're talking to them for 10 minutes. They put you on hold for 15 minutes. And then, okay, we messaged at Constable Juke. And then 15, 20 minutes later, I get a call from Constable Juke. And then on my secondary phone that only has Wi-Fi, right? I don't have a SIM card active with it. It's just my old phone. And I'm like, I got a pin. I can see it, and if we're there, we can pin it right to the tent, right? Where exactly where it is. Like, you know, as you walk in there, and I can track it. So they're like, okay, I can be down there. So him and Campbell meet me down there, just outside of Tent City. And I'm like, okay, I need a hotspot. I tracked it. Here it is when I left the house. Like, you can track it exactly. I just need you to give me a hotspot. Well, you know, I don't know if we're allowed to do that. That's a security breach potential. No, I can't give you a hotspot. No, I can't give you a hotspot. What about your personal phone? No, I don't have a personal phone. Not putting any effort in whatsoever. Like literally, my phone could have been tracked right then and there. You could have found the guy in the tent. Like, you know, these things, they give you exact coordinates within like 4 meters, right? 5, 6 meters.
Yeah.
At least you have 2 tents you could ask to knock off. And yeah, I'm like, so I get assaulted, and your common sense says that I'm gonna like break into your phone through your hotspot. Yeah, as if I even knew how to do that. Or hopefully I know how to do that. But this is your concern. So I'm like, whatever. And we go and walk around, and of course, you know, everybody's in their tent. Can't see anything, can't do anything. And then when we leave, I'm like, he's telling me, I'm like, well, what am I supposed to do? Do I have to come back here by myself and do the actual investigation and spot them and then tell you guys? Will you give me your personal phone number so I can take you down here quick? No, of course not. No, I'm not giving you my phone number. Right? Who's your direct supervisor? No, I'm not telling you my supervisor is. There's no accountability. It's absolutely insane. They want your phone number, they want your details, but they won't even like give you their supervisor's name. Again, still. It's so crazy.
So my fear in this whole thing is police are getting, I'd imagine police are getting a little jaded because of the way things have been going when it comes to people violent offenders that go to jail, they're out the same day. Why put in the effort? Like, maybe it's not to do with you, but maybe it's to do with the fact that there's no purpose in putting in such effort to find justice for these people because the justice won't happen even if they go in. So a lot of these cops are just jaded. This is a possibility. Right? I believe you are right, and I've talked to several people about this and got opinions on it. But you know, in the back channels, it's like for these people, they don't show people you arrest
sense. They're not in the system. They're not a real citizen. You know, like, they have no accountability for themselves. So you arrest them, and then you let them go, you know, a court date or something, and they don't show up. They're just in custody. And then what? You think the police is going to go and, oh, we're going to go arrest this guy because he missed the court date?
You know, and it goes across to appear at a later date.
On and on and on. So definitely it feels like there's orders all throughout your dealing with essentially the vagabond, homeless drug addicts that the Liberal NDP has been essentially growing tenfold. Don't even bother, just try to like brush the investigation away. You know, we're busy instead with 3 hours of harassing a guy in parking next to the Freedom Convoy. That's more important, right? Going to the court date. And so on and so forth. No, faults don't matter, but parking with the Canadian flag, we're going to spend $50,000 on that Earth. And that story is insane, dude. How many cops and how much time is wasted? Of course, they say they're wasting their time, but I'm the only one not being paid. Actually, it was in court, the justice said, you're going down again and again, Mr. Murray. You know, stop wasting your time and my time. And I say to him, it's like, yes, your worship, the only person whose time is being wasted is mine. I'm the only one not being paid here. I've been to 6 court cases, and trust me, my time is wasted. And that's a whole other part of the story of that one. The justice essentially worshipped, you know, he wouldn't let me cross-examine Irv. He literally did everything. Instead of me cross-examining Irv, I'm cross-examining the worship, because he answers for him every single time. But anyways, back to the story. So with the officer, Juke, and Campbell's like, I'm busy, I gotta go. And she just runs off. And then Juke, the guy's file number, I get him on film. I'm just like, this is ridiculous. And I film myself and then hold his phone towards me as he's talking. And they got like the last minute of the conversation, essentially capturing, saying, you know what, I'm busy. You know, we're short-staffed. I don't have time to come out here and meet you. You know, you're welcome to try to ID these guys. You can get a long eye. You know, if he said long eye. And I'm like, oh my god. So yeah, it's super dangerous for me to try to ID these guys if they remember who I am too, right?
Oh yeah, because they see you as a develop with the authorities. Yeah, you get that. You get that that's a danger to you, but it's also a danger to other people. I mean, having these people still out on the street when they have the propensity to, you know, attack somebody just because they're filming. I mean, it's a tourist destination. You're on a tourism road, and you're going to expect people to be filming just randomly everything, whether it's the nice sights or it's the crummy tent city on their vacation, just to show everybody look at what's actually happening here. I spent all this money to come out this way, and this is the view. And then on top of that, you have to worry about being assaulted now in the city of Kelowna, or in the city of Vancouver, or in the city of you name it, where this is all being allowed to occur, and nothing's being done about it.
Yeah, and to continue, I went back to Tent City. I'm quite a stickler for truth and transparency and accountability, as you've learned in the past. And so I went back there the next morning, and I met with the homeless person that I knew, Curtis, the guy that I actually read 1984. So he was there when I was with the police, and I'm like, oh, hey, Curtis, I haven't seen him in a year, right? Because I haven't been doing the news. I've been focusing on my supervisor here. And then I went back, and then I talked to Curtis, and I said, hey, you need some help. And he vouched for me. He vouched for me for his neighbor. He asked his neighbor, Blake, hey, did you see what happened? You know, and I'm like, hey, just come to me. He can walk around and ask people for my phone. He lived there for years, right? And everybody knows Curtis. Everybody likes him. He's a likable guy. So he said, yes, he'll help you. I'll try to find the phone for me. And maybe the guy with him, right? And I'm like, tell the police, like, I need to go back tomorrow at 10 a.m. to meet Curtis, and I'm a little concerned about the people. And so, you know, we're involved, you know, we can't just go and show up ourselves, and, you know, and just walk around with you, and I'm like, yeah. You know, well, yeah, I'm interested, but I need you guys, I need you to show up right away, and, you know, et cetera, et cetera. So I talked to Curtis the next morning, and like I showed you earlier, I wore like a big hoodie and put on gold sunglasses, You know, like my girlfriend's kid shirt jacket and put a film and sticking out of this pocket right here, and just completely, you know, trying to blend in and talk to him and his neighbor Blake. Yeah, there I am.
You know, they got me down.
Yeah, it's still a lot different than this, right? So that's really amazing. And yeah, I was scared, and, you know, but emotionally I kind of got like,
I believe it. I believe it. You know, if you've been assaulted like that, it's gonna be the last remember. And it's not easy to go render investigations in these days. So where is this going? You're gonna keep pursuing this with the police and try to ID these guys and actually file charges.
That's what I told my own file. Like, I want charges filed. That's what I thought. So I'm like, the prosecutor. And I'm like, well, you gotta do the investigation first, then. You gotta get the stakes and everything. And so when I came home after the whole thing, I kind of like, you know, I'll go to the police station. I said to him, I'll go to the police station with you right now. I know you need a written statement. I know you need something concrete besides 1 minute talk with your camels. They're relaying what I said to you. That makes no sense whatsoever. I know you arrested a guy. You still have him in custody. Well, I can't tell you that. There's a security camera above Tent City, above the KBR. And I forgot to mention it, during the time, they're like, oh, we can get the camera and review it and track you on the one wheel and follow you. You know, one of those big 360 cameras, I'm assuming, or otherwise multiple cameras from a big Osprey net style cameras, right? And I'm like, well, perfect. Then you can have it all on a thing, and you can ID these people. You can print out a photo. You can ask me to come into a lineup. Like, I'm like, what are you going to do? And, you know, he's like, well, I'm really busy. And I'm like, well, when are you at work again? He's like, well, I'm off for a week now, starting after tonight. I'm like, oh, so you just took the file, but you're, tonight after 14 a.m., you're done. And I'm like, well, when are you back on work? He's like, well, I'm not sure. I'm not sure how long I'm going to be sick for. He literally said that. I'm like, okay. So when are you scheduled to be back on? He's like, well, I know my schedule. I'm not sure if I'm going to be back then. So his schedule was back on Tuesday. So I get home, and I call RCM2 again, the non-emergency line, and I'm on hold 30 minutes for some people. So maybe 20. I'm ready to jump in. At least 20 minutes. Well, yeah, short staff, right? But they're still bugging me about hers, right? And then I get over there, like, I want to watch the matter. Who's to watch the matter? And Staff Sergeant Cullen. And, okay, I can get on the phone with him. And then, like, they reach out to him. And he's like, oh, are you sure? And I'm like, I want to talk to him. And finally, he gets on the phone, and I get for like 40 minutes of saying everything. He just listens, right? Which is what, you know, they do. And I'm like, let me rant eventually for 40 minutes. And I'm like, I want some accountability. I want you to take over this investigation. Because this officer is there to be.
Not there. You're looking to file charges against the
yeah. So they didn't take any description of the person. Like, they didn't have to fix the description card.
love your style. Hats are now on college.com. Express yourself. Meet the design on a dime hat or trucker hat in your favorite color. Shop now at tpublic.com.
About every 2 weeks. Possibly fatalities is. What I'm going to do, I'm going to do a quick check of something. I'm going to do a quick check of this state if anything on any other states. There's no scanner in Barrow County for one program. But give me a moment here. I'd like to just do a quick check to see some of the neighboring counties. Our viewer Garrett Ellis, there might be something. One of the things. So we're going to put it on and just see what we hear. Give me a moment here. Thanks for your patience.
You contact or the back entrance to the football field place where we have right here saying rail is right.
Okay, let me put something on the screen for you. The scanner is from Broadcastify. That is where the scanner is from. Broadcastify. This is a Newton County, Georgia state. They just said there was something, they just mentioned like a pregnant female on the football field.
Well, we can run the back entrance to the football field. There is a pregnant female having a child.
There's a pregnant female having a child.
Well, we're going to be leaving Montgomery High School.
No worries.
Breaking news. MSNBC is reporting right now. Credit to me, I'm bringing in front of this. MSNBC is reporting 2 dead, at least 2 dead, 4 injured. At least 2 dead, 4 injured. According to MSNBC, at least 2 dead, 4 injured in this shooting, according to MSNBC. They are now reporting. Wow, that's terrible news. Winder, Georgia. Breaking news. MSNBC reports at least 2 dead, 4 injured in this high school shooting in Sumter, Georgia at Appalachian High School. Breaking news. Not good news. I was hoping. I did not hear about fatalities, but that is what they are reporting right now. Not good news. A suspect isn't covered. Let me update, by the way. Let me update my ticker here. Again, MSNBC says at least 2 dead and 4 injured in this shooting at Appalachian High School in Winder, Georgia. Reporter Audrey Washington with WSB says she is at Grady Hospital where victims are being rushed to the ER. Eleven Alive is an NBC outlet. They have the same report as MSNBC, probably from the same sources. 2 dead, at least 2 dead, 4 injured. We don't know. Rebecca Jones, our viewer, says 11 Alive showed and reported another ambulance moving at the school area. I didn't think We don't know who did this. We don't know who the suspect is. We don't know why this happened. We don't know who these people are. The 2 dead and 4 injured, according to MSNBC. Pulling up a couple different things. Thanks for being with me. Live updates. It sounds like another helicopter might be coming because they're saying when you land on the scanner, unless the scanner is on a delay. This is the Newton County Fire EMS. Yes, a second WSB-TV reports a second medical helicopter has responded to the school. That's according to WSB-TV. They say a second medical helicopter has. Hey, yes, another helicopter right here. Look at this, guys. It says, look at this. On Flight Radar 24, it says Air Evac Life Team. So this is a medical helicopter heading from Atlanta. Yeah, that is a helicopter en route from Atlanta towards okay. Police were told at 10:23 a.m. by police. A suspect is in custody. I'm checking a bunch of different things right now. You can reach me on X at Look. I am not reporting rumors. People are sending me rumors. I will not be passing along rumors. Someone asked a good question, SW Records, about how many people go to that school. And about 2,000 students go to the school. About 2,000 students, a fairly big high school. According to Google, when I Googled it, about 2,000 students go there. Thank you to all of our moderators. Again, 2 dead, 4 injured, 40, at least 2 dead, 4 injured. They're showing right now, guys, right now on 11 Alive, they have an overhead shot, which I can't see it. They're showing somebody on a stretcher being loaded into a emergency vehicle. That was just shown. That helicopter is not available anymore. They just showed on 11 Alive somebody getting loaded into a emergency vehicle on a stretcher. I assume that was a live shot. They just showed it. And there's one suspect in custody. We don't know anything about the suspect. 2 dead, 4 injured, reporting by MSNBC. Don't know who these people are. We've not done any reliable reporting. The FBI is on scene. About 1,900 people go to that school, and the town of Winder has a population of about 18,000 people. I should have, hopefully we'll have some live footage for you at some. I don't have anything I have the rights to, I can have to show you. Yes, as one of our viewers just said, we do not know if the suspect is an adult or a student. We do not know this. I would ask that you not post information that is unconfirmed and as fact in the chat. That would be much appreciated. The suspect is in custody. I have the Georgia Bureau of Investigation also confirms a suspect is in custody. This is from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. GBI has responded to a shooting at Appalachia High School in Barrow County. We have agents on site assisting local, state, and federal law enforcement with the investigation. One suspect is in custody. We urge everyone in the area to stay clear while authorities investigate. More info to follow. I can't confirm there was only one shooter. Right now, we're doing one suspect in custody. It's too bad for I have no information. Oh, BNO News Live. Actually, I'll post the link. They posted a screenshot of what happened. Go there. But about 5 minutes ago, I saw an overhead shot. Somebody was sitting on the stretcher, and they brought him inside. We were looking at flight radar 4. We could see 2 helicopters circle around the high school. When you see the overhead shot, those shots, I was seeing this coming from those helicopters. disappear for about 45 seconds. Okay? So it's about 45 seconds. Come right back. Have that local scanner on it. From not the Veritas. I haven't found the Veritas. No Veritas anymore. I believe it's something once in a while. Give me about 45 seconds. This takes about 45 seconds. We'll be back. Thank you for your patience. Okay, just to sum up, there has been a shooting, which first reported at 10:23 a.m. this morning. About 2 hours ago is when law enforcement first heard about it. It's a shooting at Appalachian High School in Waterloo, Georgia. It's about 30 miles outside of Atlanta. And at least 2 are dead, 4 are injured, according to MSNBC. A suspect is in custody. We don't know the name. We don't know who the suspect is. We don't know anything about them yet. We don't know anything about the people who were shot and who were shot. We don't have a motive. We don't know the weapon. We don't know if there are other suspects. We're waiting to hear more about this from law enforcement. We're waiting for live coverage. There's a big police presence at that high school. NBC reports that President Biden has been briefed on this. Let me show you what it looks like here at the high school. Google Maps. Appalachian High School, Winder, Georgia, has about 2,000 students. There's no street view. There is the high school. We get about 2,000 students go there.
suspect is in custody. Trying to get you more information. If you're hearing anything, well, hold on. Fox is showing a live shot. Fox 5 Atlanta is showing a shot of a medical helicopter. They were just showing. So it's possible it's on the scene right now. I just saw it seconds ago. It's okay to not be okay right now. I was supposed to be finishing my nightly newsletter that I mentioned earlier. But I couldn't do it. I couldn't get it done. And that's when the tears came.
What's on, everyone? Jim here from the border. And as you know, this is also, listening to my mistakes, a no black hole zone, meaning we will stay confident, we will stay positive, we will do the work to make sure that, well, we have the best chance of not living under communist Kamala Harris's rule post November 5th this year. But the media is telling you a lot. They are outright panicked. They are so desperate that CNN brought back Brian Stelter. Nobody's happier about that than Mark Dice, but CNN brought back Brian Stelter. Why? Because he was their go-to for TBS back in 2016 and 2020. Not only that, I'm going to show you from Jim Acosta, who is reporting that they are bringing back Russia again. I mean, the number of panic moves that clearly must be the response to internal polling. External polling, I'm going to show you, again, it's directional at best, just because you lead the polls doesn't mean you win elections, just ask Hillary Clinton. But I look at it directionally, just like I look at the betting markets directionally. They are not an indicator of who will win either, because, well, Vegas would insist that everyone won. But before we get to a super quick word from this video sponsor, American Financing, do you get stressed because your monthly income just doesn't seem to cover the bills anymore? Well, you're not alone. Most Americans feel this way every day. Everything is still ridiculously expensive, and we're reaching more and more for credit cards to cover the basics like childcare, insurance, power, and food. It's tough. If you're feeling this way, call my friends at American Financing. They're helping hard working Americans just like you tap into their equity to get the high interest debt and even create some additional savings to be ready for whatever life throws your way. With interest rates dropping, a company like American Financing that never charges any upfront or hidden fee, is the perfect partner to help you get into a better financial position. Their salary-based mortgage consultants are saving homeowners over $800 a month on average. Waiting is not an option. All states may delay two mortgage payments on average. Two mortgage payments. 888-879-6460. That's 888-879-6460 or AmericanFinancing.net/corner. Both will be linked in the description below. Let's get to some of the panic. First of all, this morning's spin.
And I know that there's like a million different reports people could follow. You know, what does this mean? What does that mean? Well, Schultz is an acronym for Job Openings and Labor Turnover Survey. It's done monthly, and it's basically data on job openings, hirings, and separations in the United States. Of course, it's run by the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, the same bureau that is always saying, "Well, look at all these jobs that we created last month." Oopsie, we have to readjust it down. You can see here, Schultz job openings just at 7.63 versus 8.1 expected. So that's just about 10% lower than expected. And you see, as people, by the way, if you go watch my channel, you'll know, I tweeted this, I've been saying this for months, recession is not coming, it is here. And this is why I've been trying to tell people, hey, look, I'm not like a tumor, chicken little, just be smart with your money, build your savings between now and the end of the year, whatever you can, make smart decisions, at least until after the election. For example, I've talked about at length that I really want to build a studio. Well, that's 100% on hold for at least the next 6 months. Then we see, on top of that, so we've got some epic clips too. We've got Peter Ducey absolutely epically. Here you got Glenn Greenwald. Not just breaking, but exclusive. Only forgotten bombshell. Anyone who paid attention, anyone who paid the most minimal attention to politics in the last 8 years would have known this would happen. Dems blame Russia for everything, even pro-Palestinian protests. Jim McCausland, who is one of the worst douchebags on the planet, by the way. Exclusive breaking news now on CNN. Biden administration to blame Russia on sustained effort to influence the 2024 election. I mean, give me a break. They did it in 2016. That's what Trump won. Well, they must have done it again in 2020 because why wouldn't they? Oops, Joe Biden won with 81 million scoops of ice cream. Okay? And then now in 2024, it's more Russia. In 2016, it was more Russia. Where was more Russia when Barack Obama bombed more brown people than anyone in history, as far as I know? Where was Russia then? They're literally so panicked that they're going back to the old stuff. You know, they're like, oh, let's go back to the more Russia things. Let's go back to the Brian Stelter. They're literally bringing back Brian Stelter. Brian Stelter back at CNN 2 years after he was fired during network shakeup. Yes, really. But this guy, Brian Stelter, is not even 40 years old. Just everyone knows. Journalist Brian Stelter is returning to CNN after he was fired more than 2 years ago. Yes, really. Stelter, 39. So Tuesday, he announced he will be the lead author for CNN's Reliable Sources. I mean, what happened to CNN trying to be neutral again? You know, that was a thing. They were actually trying to be neutral, allegedly. You're bringing back Brian Stelter, one of the least trusted people. All the is that CNN is the election. They're going to focus the Russia stuff. They're going to find something. Why? Well, look at the betting out there of Donald Trump. He now has his biggest lead against Kamala Harris. Yet, at 51.9 to 47.1, I think the points, not cents. So, it rounds up to 52.47. It's a 5% spread. Again, it means absolutely nothing. I have told you, and I have told many people before, Donald Trump, while Joe Biden was running against him, was a 73 or 74% favorite to win. I'm not getting excited about being out 5 points. Obviously, Kamala Harris is dropping. The real number is, 4.8 points between them. But this is trending up. This is, I believe, about to the biggest lead that he's had against Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris, during the Kamala phenomenon in early August, he was actually a 44% dog. So Kamala Harris was leading by 10 cents during that rate. You can see in a second, Joe Biden dropped out. Trump was in the 73%. meltdown. When places in 2000 their absolute plummets. There's a massive sell-off. There's all-time low 44 cents. But now it's not even, it's about 10 cents of that. But again, I'm not writing home about this, but the media wants to be right. We have a Fox Town Hall tonight. It's how we can be live streaming on Rumble. So hopefully you'll tune in for that. I'll debate that Kamala Harris dodge. But if we look at the actual national polling, Kamala Harris during the period of 8-5 to 8-30, so we'll just call that all of August, Harris held an aggregated polling lead of 1.9 points over Trump. You can see a huge wave of +3, +4 for Harris. Just a few part of Trump positive polls. During this period, Clinton held a 3.9 point lead over Trump. So Harris is trending 2 points behind Clinton, who ultimately lost. So they're looking at that. Also, we can make assumptions that internal polling is not going great for Kamala Harris because she keeps going back to Michigan and New Hampshire and all these states that I was told that she was going to win in a landslide. By the way, let's get to 10,000 followers today. We're only 3,800 short for tailgates number 4 Trump. I'm going to put a link in the description and pin the comment. Take a minute to follow it. Trump needs our help. Even if you're not a Trump guy, but you're an anti-socialism person, this is an account that my team is working on for free, donating their time. Then go to tailgatesfortrump.com with also the link. Make sure you put your real email address in there and click join the movement. We've got exciting things coming as soon as we hit 10,000. We're going to have fun stuff going on. We have to be careful on getting good giveaways or anything like that. But we've got some fun stuff to look forward to. Put your real email address in, click join the movement. Then go over to your email address and confirm it. Take your spam filter. Here's Peter Doocy. Yesterday, Doocy not caring at all and whatever everyone is thinking is the only thing that makes these pressers watchable. Here's Peter Doocy causing KJP to have an absolute panic breakdown.
What sounds like a southern accent.
Wait, sorry.
Since when does Vice President have what sounds like a southern accent?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Really?
I mean, this is...
She was talking about unions in Detroit having one tone of voice.
Is this something that
Same line that she's the same line as Pittsburgh, and it sounded like she at least had some kind of a southern call.
I mean, if you hear the voice of the... I mean, do you think Americans seriously...
Yes. Americans do want to know what's going on with that. Yes. Actually, America does care if their president is a complete total fraud. Then they accidentally let Vivek Ramaswamy on CNN yesterday, and it was an absolute disaster.
You brought up some claims about Kamala Harris. I want to finish that discussion. She says she in favor of ban on fracking now. The reality is she was one of the strongest proponents of that ban, so much so that when she was in California, she sued the Obama administration over granting fracking permits. She didn't just favor the abolition of private ownership. She was a co-sponsor of the bill with Bernie Sanders and the U.S. Center for Medicare for All for America. The reality is, when you think about the Green New Deal, she was the chief proponent, not just as a co-sponsor of the legislation, but going further and saying she would have ended the filibuster in the Senate. She ran that through. The reality is, she can say what she wants to say now. Those are actions she has taken. They sound allowed to be involved, of course they are, but she deserves to explain exactly why she takes those positions. Exactly what her position is. If it's not a ban on fracking, what exactly is? What exactly is her health care plan if she no longer favors abolishing private health insurance? It was just 4 short years ago when she ran for president, she did.
Oops. You can see this. Vivek absolutely destroyed Kamala Harris on CNN over fracking. I cannot believe they didn't cut him off. Here's CNN also panicking about new poll numbers. And by the way, there are things called push polls, which can be propagandistic because, you're really cherry-picking a lot of data there. There's also the public polls, which, again, are not trustworthy because they often oversample one way or the other. By the way, they can oversample the left or they can oversample the right. And then there's internal polls. And these are the numbers that we generally don't know, but we can kind of guess, right, how they look based on the candidate bench Kamala Harris, who allegedly had as much as a 10-point lead in Michigan, sure is spending a lot of time there. Minnesota, these are states that she supposedly had an absolute lockdown, but she sure is spending a lot of time there. I mean, what does that tell you? That tells you that their internal polling isn't as positive. That means we have a chance. That's why you got to follow Tailgate Trump. That's why you got to do it. None of this means Trump's going to win. It's going to take a Herculean effort. But look at CNN.
When you look at the white voters without college degrees, the sick Trump-based constituency, obviously, you see his huge numbers with this group. You see that this is a trouble sign for Harris. She also, in places like Georgia, is not doing well with white college-educated voters. She probably wants to make up some ground with white college-educated voters across these battlegrounds as well.
Not going to do it. White college-age voters are overwhelmingly liberal. The fact that you're not doing well with them means that Trump has momentum. The phenomenon, the cap momentum is over, and now it's a 60-day neck-and-neck race to the finish line. Voter turnout is going to decide this election. Don't sit by the sidelines and wait for someone else to do it. Follow Tailgates number 4 Trump. Sign up for the email address. Get involved. This is the funnest. I promise you we're going to provide the most fun possible way to help Donald Trump win the election imaginable. This website has everything you need, including talking points, which we update almost every single day. We talk about Bidenomics. We talk everything that you want, right? Everything that you want to talk to somebody about, hey, why should we vote? This has everything you need. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, make sure to leave a like on it. If you haven't yet, please do subscribe and follow down below, and we'll talk to you guys real soon.
We come to you from the Mountain of Entertainment to show you what's streaming on Paramount Plus. Blockbusters like a State Originals, including Yellowstone. We're here. And hits like Dexter. Paramount Plus, your eyeballs equals entertainment.
Stream Paramount Plus from $6.99 a month.
The numbers just show the opposite, that he has very little chance of defeating Poilievre.
In a dramatic turn of events, Justin Trudeau's political future seems to be hanging by a thread. New polling data is sounding the alarm to the Liberal leader, revealing a staggering collapse of voter support and an overwhelming sense of dissatisfaction with his leadership. The numbers are not just bad, they're catastrophic. Trudeau, once a symbol of progressive politics, now finds himself staring down a political abyss as nearly half of Canadians struggle to make ends meet, and over half believe the economy is in the grip of a recession. And confidence in his ability to navigate these crises has all but evaporated. The cold, hard truth, a mere 23% of Canadians say they'd cast their vote for Trudeau's Liberals if an election were held today. That's less than a quarter of the electorate, a number so low it's almost unfathomable for a sitting prime minister. For comparison, Pierre Poilievre and the Conservatives are soaring, with support hovering between 41% and 43%, depending on the poll. The Conservative Party is not just leading, they're obliterating the competition, threatening to secure a landslide victory, and transform Canada's political landscape. The stakes could not be higher. Key issues like the cost of living, housing, and healthcare dominate the national conversation. And on all fronts, voters are aligning with the Conservatives as the better managers of these crises. The writing is on the wall. If an election were held today, Trudeau would face not just defeat, but humiliation, as Poilievre charges forward toward a massive majority. The message from Canadians is clear. They want change, and fast. Trudeau's time might be running out. The words you are about to hear from Tom Mulcair are shocking and will leave you stunned. He exposes Justin Trudeau. Listen until the end to understand everything.
Poilievre is ascendant. he dominates Trudeau completely in the question period. Trudeau comes in with things that are written for him on a piece of paper, but it's not natural. Poilievre is a fighter. He's a debater. He loves the fact of trust. Now, what conservatives have to realize is they haven't won anything yet. It's one thing to be way ahead in the polls, but I think that, as a lot of observers have been remarking, one of the things you have to understand is that that's a reflection of the fact that people are just tired of Mr. Trudeau. He starts his 10th year in office in October. There is a finite limit to how much Canadians will put up with. We don't have the two-term rule of the Americans, 2 4-year terms, but it's almost as if we did, Renee, because people do get very tired of seeing Mr. Trudeau. They're looking for change. Mark Carney is waiting in the wings. Everybody knows that. It's talked about openly, and he could probably change the Liberal fortunes overnight. The same way Kamala Harris coming in was able to change the Democrats' fortunes in the United States. But is Mr. Trudeau going to finally get that message? It's far from clear that that's the case. With what we were just saying, isn't it? I mean, that's the steel worker who's unionized. He's the type of person who might have been in Singh's NDP camp at one point, might have looked at the Liberals, but now he's saying, I want you gone. And he points to the fact that he is paying 40% taxes and he doesn't have access to a family doctor. Is there a scenario where Trudeau will leave? Of course, because Trudeau is a proud person. He believes he's the only person who can take on Poilievre successfully, the same way Stephen Harper believed he was the only person who could defeat Justin Trudeau back in 2015. And what happened was, of course, Harper was defeated, as was I, because I was leading the NDP at the time. And Trudeau won 3 elections in a row, and Harper, despite having won 3 elections, he had that dark cloud over the end of his career. Trudeau's going to be measuring that. He's going to be thinking about that.
Always got to no matter what. Before we were enemies, we were like brothers. Let's be totally worth it. Don't be a glitch. Hey, you don't be a glitch. You're giving the power of trading job with you.
No. Now we finally have the power to take one out.
So the new text will have a contempt right.
He's relatively young. He's got many years of work ahead of him. He'd be quite a commodity in the job market. You can just imagine any number of large corporations that would love to have him around the table. So he's got to be measured. Does he want to go out, having won 3 elections in a row, and trying to pass the torch to someone else? Or does he want to have one last battle because he believes that Poilievre represents everything that he's against and he has a chance of defeating him? The numbers just show the opposite, that he has very little chance of defeating Poilievre. Indeed, he is probably one of the only people who can see Poilievre get elected. If the Liberals had a new leader, they might be like the Democrats in the States, have a breath of fresh air, but none of that seems to be happening right now. Funny, since the beginning of the summer, it's very tough for them. They're being pulled apart on both ends. On the one hand, a lot of progressives are afraid of Poilievre, and they're going over to the Liberals, people who have normally voted NDP because of their policies. But Trudeau has adopted many of those policies, so it's going to cost the NDP on that side. And on the other side, a lot of working Canadians, a lot of people who have been in the union movement, themselves, so they have always been tilting towards the NDP, but a lot of them are going over to Poilievre's Conservatives. It was interesting when they not that long ago, Poilievre always on his conference the idea of voting in favor of anti-scam legislation. That didn't sit well with a lot of them, but you could see that there was a game plan there. Poilievre is thinking about this. He knows that there are a lot of votes for him to get there. Working people being hit hard by inflation, they pay very high taxes. Trudeau will always lead that he's giving them a break and he's bringing in dental care and things like that. But those workers are saying, we're less well off now than we were when you came to power and we want to get rid of you. So they said, we're in tough road to hoe right now for Trudeau and his team. And I think that Singh, of course, is just going to hold on as long as he can. He has no interest whatsoever in going to an election anytime soon. And he does get to point to those very social programs and say, our promise is to get more stuff for Canadians, and we've delivered on that. the image of people leaving, or animals leaving a sinking ship come to mind. And Pablo Rodriguez has already signaled strongly, and there's polling that's being done for him in Quebec. He wants to take over the Quebec Liberal Party, and good luck with that, because there are all sorts of ambushes for him there. But the very fact that he's still around Trudeau's element people, how does he come back? You just mentioned it, Renee, they come back in 2 weeks on the 16th. How does Pablo Rodriguez take questions in question period with any seriousness when he's already signaled that he's got his eye on a better job for the rest of his own career? I find it an astonishing situation. He says he doesn't mind sitting between two chairs, but I have a feeling that Trudeau's going to have to come to a decision on this one rather quickly and find something to replace it, and maybe move a few other things in the meantime. But it's a unique political situation, one I've never seen before, quite frankly, and I think that it's a bit unseemly to have a sitting cabinet minister musing openly this year's cabinet retreat resembles last year's cabinet retreat. It's actually Groundhog Day, because last year, Renee, the top item on the agenda was the housing crisis that had been caused during the Liberal reign. And this year's top item is the housing crisis that took place while the Liberals were in power. And it took place because Canada has had a policy of vastly increasing immigration. We all understand and appreciate the country was built by immigrants, waves and waves coming in. But you have to have a little bit of planning if you're going to bring in the equivalent of the population of Manitoba every year. And there was no planning. This was an idea pushed by Dominic Barton, pushed by very smart people on Mr. Trudeau, who bought into it completely. But of course, if you're going to do that, you have to plan for health services, social services, and yes, housing. So they're always going to be late in trying to catch up on this thing, saying they're going to be building millions and millions of housing units, but frankly, it sounds very empty at this stage of the game, and I don't think Canadians are buying into it.
Who's a master, of course, the Spectator and Telegraph, and indeed the Sun. Ross, very morning to you. Good morning, mate. So, I mean, I get the sense that you may agree with me when I say this is possibly the worst government that I've ever seen. In the first 7 weeks of whatever it is they've been doing, I don't think they've got anything right, have they?
Well, it is looking a bit of a letdown, isn't it, for those people who voted for Labour, believing their promises to keep taxes low, and Keir Starmer's now saying it's going to be a painful budget, and they're kind of blaming on the Tories for this supposed black hole. But, you know, as the Institute of Fiscal Studies has made clear, there was no black hole. The public finances are quite out in the open. They were there, the Labour opposition to inspect and, draw up data.
They laid out several clips from earlier this year. The last one, most recently, I think in April. But the first year starting services were £54 million black hole, which exists, and he asked Commission Senate about it. And so, in fact, in one of the clips, he actually says, is it true that the Tories are thinking of doing something despicable, like taking away the rent and fuel allowance for pensioners in order to ameliorate the £54 billion black hole? So in one clip, basically tells two untruths, or it creates the atmosphere that's so large unbelievable.
Yeah, because the Labour Party is a little bit confident in this claim that there's no money left, the Tories have spent all and left this black hole, because if you take that £22 billion supposed black hole that raised the rates and they all keep talking about, well, nearly half of that, £9 billion of that, is in pay rises for public sector workers that Labour themselves have agreed to. To say, the Tories didn't make any, put any money aside for those pay agreements. Well, the Tories didn't agree to those pay agreements, so why should they put money aside?
Because also, you can't on the one hand say you haven't got any money, but then spend millions and millions and millions of pounds on public sector pay rises. I mean, you know, you've either got to admit that that's one of the reasons you don't get any money, or you have to say, actually, we have got progress. I mean, we found something good for the union.
Well, no, exactly. And look, because this is just the beginning. I mean, you give in to these unions. But what is very important here is it's not just that the government has agreed to these, fat pay rises and train rises, or they've agreed to them without any conditions of which you would expect any group of workers get a big pay rise. There's something in return. They've agreed to improve working practices, which improves productivity, improves efficiency. And the government has agreed those, nodded through those pay rises without making any demand from the unions. And of course, what's going to happen is that now the unions have got the measure of this government, they're going to come back again and again and paying ever more ridiculous claims. And you just look at some of the motions before the Trade Union Congress next month, demanding pay be increased and possibly adding up to £50 billion the public wage bill. And this is a time when we have got a big deficit, and I'm not defending the Tories' handling of the public finances at all. It was disastrous, but from what I've seen so far, Labour is going to be far, far more disastrous and leave us in this sort of deep hole which Labour governments always leave us in with
Well, the one thing, I mean, as I say, it's difficult to make the case for the schools because they were so completely useless in the last 2 or 3 years. But, the idea that somehow Labour will spend less money in government than the Tories is always wrong, because they always increase the size of government, they always increase the size of the public purse, they always spend more money. And according to some of the analysis this morning in the paper, they're going to have a shake-up of council tax bands, which will target wealthy people's homes. Now, again, define wealthy people. A lot of people have got a house that's worth an awful lot of money, but they're not wealthy necessarily. Fuel duties probably go up. They might be as much as 10p a litre. Pension relief, tax relief on pension contributions will be slashed. That's one of the places where people, particularly small business people, are able to actually, reduce their tax limitation for a liability rather, for a while, in order to sort of get a break on it. Inheritance tax paid 40%, only applies to 1 in 20 estates, so it could be broadened. And again, a lot of people who are not wealthy will now pay inheritance tax.
Yeah, well, those are all possible tax rises that could be in the budgets in 30th October. But what I think is really going to kill off this government eventually will be energy bills. Go back to the campaign, and Labour were promising to cut our energy bills by an average of £300 a year. And what's happened since then? They've done away with the winter fuel allowance, which is going to add £300 for some people's bills. I mean, that's what works for people over 80. £300 a year. So, I mean, they've done exactly the opposite. And Ofgem, raising the price cap in October. And this is just going to be the beginning of quite severe rises in it's been about trying to get to this sort of virtually impossible target of decarbonising our electric grid by 2030.
Exactly. And they promised, because we've got another clip that shows us this, we played it earlier in the week, they promised to freeze energy prices. They said that they would put a cap on any rises that were being put on by Ofgem, and they wouldn't allow any rises to happen. And they've allowed a 10% rise to happen already, and I'm reliably informed there'll be another rise probably before Christmas, so it'll go up by more than 10%, possibly 20%. And as you say, if the pensioners lose their fuel amounts, it's going to cost them an awful lot of money. But let's talk about cronies, because I don't want them to be allowed to get off with this cronyism round, because we've got a clip from yesterday. Starmer in the Rose Garden always gets text when he's asked about this. Let's have a look.
What's this accusation?
are coming from the very people that dragged that country down in the first place. So the particularly, if I take an approach to it, we are going to fix the foundations. We've got to do it at speed. And I'm determined to have the right people in the right places to allow us to get on with that job.
Well, I'm not going to forgive him, I'm afraid, for taking that view, because the fact that the accusations are being made by journalists and not actual Tories is the point. And even if the accusations are being made by the Tories, that still doesn't let him off the hook. You know, he allowed Lord Wahid Ali access to number 10, gave him a pass, he was allowed in and out as he wished to go, purely and simply because the guy bought him some suits and gave a load of money to some MPs in order for them to win the election.
Yeah, well, I mean, it probably shows, doesn't it? There is no moral high ground here, or at least if there is, it's neither of our main political parties are on it. There's really very little difference between the Tories and the Labour parties when it comes to these issues of political donors being offered favours and so on. You know, they both had it. Go back to Blair government, that was full of cronyism as well. New Labour, you know, filled all these important positions in quangos and so on with its own kind, and you know, the whole thing, you know, it's pretty to high things, doesn't it, really, on both sides? Yeah, because it's kind of it's going to get away for very long with just trying to deflect people's attention on talk. So he's in government now, and he's the one who's going to be stand accused of having to answer for these sort of allegations.
And this is the interesting thing about Keir Starmer, you know, this manner is to kind of be very dismissive of any questions that he doesn't like. And that's going to come back and bite with the backside of it, because that's not the way to deal with the press. I mean, the press are much more malleable now than they used to be, you know, and some of them are very much in favour of the Labour government, so it might be that he doesn't get much scrutiny as perhaps he should. But this is probably why Labour don't go on my show. They might, in fact, I might ask a few hard questions. But at the end of the day, you can't treat the public like that. The public see that, and the public say no. You know, the press are our representatives. You need to answer the questions that you're being asked. You can't just say, when you get asked about sincere policing, that's a non-issue. You can't just say, when people ask about the 4,500, you know, dangerous criminals who are going to be released from prison, you know, are we going to be safe from them? Well, he said, yes, we're going to be safeguarding everybody in the country. You can't just say that and dismiss it. You can't just dismiss cronyism and say, oh, it's all the allegations being made by the Tories. He's going to have to get very started on it.
Yeah, well, when I see Keir Starmer's press conferences, well, call it press conference, I should start with, friendly Labour vote, yes. I'm sure it's a bit like the sort of, the Japanese guy who was still fighting the Second World War in 1974, 29 years after it finished. He seems to still be fighting the election campaign. But when I see him, sort of trying to bat away these questions, I sort of see this sort of barrister in him of, he thinks he should be the one asking the questions, gets affronted when he's dependent on some standing in front of him, tries to ask questions back. That's a very loyally manner. And I don't think it's going to stand him very good stead in government now.
And a lot of the cabinet are the same as well. They're not very good at being put under the spotlight. They're not very good at answering questions. They're not very good at sounding knowledgeable and giving straight answers. I think they're, very much, if we thought we had a sort of quiet government with the Tories, we've now got one here with Labour, and they're just simply not performing well.
No, they're not. I think yesterday's press conference, or conferencing, whatever you want to call it, it's a rather indicative too of what we're going to see in the attitude of the government towards Parliament as Commons, because sort of speech he made yesterday, why is he not addressing the Commons, and instead he sort of wants a day out in the Downing Street Rose Garden in front of a friendly audience rather than facing opposition MPs, and of course he doesn't think that he really has to care about the Commons because he's got a majority of 170 odd, and so he doesn't have to care too much about opposition parties, doesn't have to care too much about rebellions from his own side. So I think that can very, very easily slip into hubris, and I think that they should go in a couple of years' time, because once the honeymoon is over, the sort of personal approach to politics can start raising its voters.
Yes, I think it already has started doing that, to be honest. Ross, thank you very much indeed. Good to talk to you. Ross Carter, the Spectator, talking about Keir Starmer, his style, and how it's working really at all. We'll talk some more about what he's doing over in Berlin, basically selling us down the river to the European Union.
That's the very get-go. It's all, there we go, then go ahead, go for it. All the ways around the head, and everything that's it. Go here.
Let's talk to Jack Elson and get the show on the road. Jack, very good.
Volume on noise.
Everybody, I've enjoyed reading all of the various different sketches from yesterday in the Rose Garden, including yours. I mean, it was a very gloomy, dismal kind of thing all round, really, wasn't it? There was not much to get excited about, not much to get kind of behind. It just was weird, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, as I wrote in the Sun today, it was absolute scorching morning in Downing Street yesterday, but that is where the sunny news set off. Keir Starmer essentially grimaced his way through that 20-minute speech yesterday, in which he was, pretty blunt about how awful the budget is going to be in about 9 weeks' time. He, basically put that truck over the Tory last 14 years and said that there's no choice but to make these cuts. And the question now is whether families who are going to be dealing with spending cuts and having to tighten their belts with possible tax rises are going to stomach that. He is betting the house on the fact that they will. The problem is that we've got a very short honeymoon period, and at some point, Labour are going to have to take responsibilities for the choices that they are making. So, at the moment, they're doing a pretty good job of prosecuting the Tories for being potentially responsible for the nation's finances. I think the Tories will be up against that. The question now, I think, is how long they are successfully able to do that.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is that he's already lost his credibility by coming out with a lot of the stuff he's been coming out with in the past 7 weeks anyway. To say that, there's a black hole 24 million that they didn't know was there is incorrect. Everybody knows it's incorrect. Everybody knows we've got a clip from April when he refers to the black hole of actually 50 billion. So, they knew it was there. It's very, I would say, some dispiriting to see this dishonesty being reported by these other politicians. We also know that he has got choice. We also know he's giving away loads and loads of money to the trade unions. He's giving them all pay rises. He's buying their royalties at the expense of everybody else.
Yeah, politics is about making choice to prioritise the pay rises for sector workers over other groups, for example, both those pensions. Universal with skilled payments. That's a political choice which is going to make. I don't know if people know. One would say, so many pensioners are going to be really, really vulnerable this winter because it's not just the poorest pensioners who won't get universal skilled payments because you don't just get £1,000 for your health and that's not very much money. So, and there are lots of pay rises. People also won. Well, it's already starting to backfire. The train riders has it for launching another strike in a few days' time. So they're going to come to good stop. And it's got a question I did yesterday about Rose Gardens was, are you now not to spend the rest of your premiership now you've shown you're willing to get your checkbook out, essentially playing whack-a-mole with various union demands, because if they know that you're willing to, they're going to pick their entire we said yesterday, you need 35%, but you need doctors to put 20%. Bloody generous. When you're looking at pay rises, when inflation goes up, we're about 2%, and nurses didn't get that much. So you see other
Yes, you might say, but stop. This is going to be one playground after another, but let's have a look at what.
It's not much here. Yeah, but in a couple of weeks in here, as really today we have a special emergency announcement. Jagmeet Singh wants to address the nation, so everyone's been calm. He told this came out of nowhere. I have no idea what it's about. Mainstream media speculated that he's going to be pulling out of this coalition and calling it election. I can't think of shit. His intention is racing. It's over for Jagmeet. Some kids over for Jagmeet. So welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to CBC is still to watch. Now, that the final discussions about what's going on, and let's look at what's the large Jagmeet's actually message. It starts from this week. This is awesome. It's scary.
Okay, that's a social media video. That's exactly going to bring up the supply problems of the military says that the concerns are selfish and most important people. They cannot be not responsible. They cannot stop the conservatives. The next election will be good to Jagmeet Singh. The Democrats, your
Man, it's good to be back.
characterization of the liberals.
It is a seasonal channel, so it is good to be back. Since I have everyone's attention, I do want to encourage everyone to smash that like button and subscribe if you haven't already.
We can certainly discuss
We're on the road to 200K subs.
we're headed to an election imminently, but it could happen sooner than maybe we have expected. October of next year, they will evaluate now, I guess, on a case-by-case basis when money bills come up, confidence votes come up, what they plan. I guess what has to be the part to look at here that they are going to have to convince Canadians to believe is that they've just come to this realization about the Liberals in the past 24 hours or 2 weeks or whatever it is, because they weren't comfortable in disagreement with the issues. It gave not only stability to the minority government, but it also gave them some tools.
Hold on a second. Okay, Hey, smokes, is that happening? Is he doing it?
Fight for people. They cannot any deal with liberals, store the hope. They cannot stop it. The next federal election, Canadians will choose to Pierre Poilievre's palace that when we stand I'm running for Prime Minister because together we can and will stop conservative cuts and deliver relief and restore hope. Fix healthcare, build homes you can afford, stop price gouging. It's always impossible. Well, it can't be done until someone does it. If we're together, nothing is impossible.
CTV, mainstream media's headline.
Yeah.
And you deal with these liberals.
And wealthy CEOs have their government. It's the people's time.
All right, there you have it. Jagmeet Singh in that video just released saying he's ripping up a deal with the Trudeau government that helps keep Justin Trudeau in power. A promotional campaign-style video. Jagmeet Singh saying that Trudeau and the Liberals will always, quote, cave into corporate greed. They do not deserve another chance, but also saying the bigger threat here is Pierre Poilievre and the Conservatives. CTV's Rachel Ayala is standing by in Ottawa following this breaking news now. A bit of a surprise here, Rachel, but what does it mean here? What's the NDP strategy?
This
is a massive announcement from the NDP today, Todd, cutting off the deal with the Liberals months ahead of when it's supposed to expire. Is saying essentially he no longer thinks his ties to the Liberals are politically advantageous. In this video, clearly he is setting out the next campaign as an argument to Canadians to either vote for his party or the Conservatives, essentially saying the Liberals have proved that they will not fight for the middle class, they are too selfish and too weak to do that. So quite a message there from the NDP. Todd, I can tell our audience a bit more about what we're doing behind the scenes about how they came to this decision. So we have heard that the caucus came to a consensus that they were going to pull out of this deal with the Liberals earlier this summer. The timing on this, Todd, is key because they are saying to us that this agreement was made, and this video, which frankly is actually shot just behind us here, was filmed before Poilievre came out last week and put that pressure on the Premier government saying pull out of the deal. Poilievre is going to get him to pull out, vote on confidence, and trigger an election. Now, just because the NDP has backed out of this two-party agreement with the Liberals now does not mean that the country is heading towards a federal election. It does mean it could be more likely the Liberals now have to go case-by-case basis on their votes to get their agenda passed, but it doesn't mean that the country is thrust into a vote at this moment, but it is certainly raising the political stakes for the minority Liberals.
Yeah, I just want to be very clear, just reiterate what you just said, because now people are going to say, is there going to be a federal election? Is that it? Does Trudeau and his government fall? That is not the case, correct? Right, Rachel?
That is correct. Just because the NDP have pulled out of this deal does not mean the Liberal government has fallen. They still have the confidence of the House of Commons, and that was until or if they fall on a confidence vote or some other matter. Now,
100% is going to fall on confidence vote. 100%.
5 with the next federal election scheduled for October following. This is certainly becoming a bit of a hotter political dynamic where the Liberals are going to have to look for support on big votes like budgets, things that you would really consider a matter of confidence from parties. That could still be the NDP, depending on the issue. It could be the Bloc as well. But it's going to be more of a traditional minority parliament. Basically, what the Liberals were dealing with before this deal came into place in 2022. It was meant to inject stability, prop up the Liberals, keep the Prime Minister in power in exchange for NDP priority issues. And we did see, Todd, a number of big policies advanced, progress was made. I was looking through the deal to get a sense of what was left, and frankly, not much. So maybe that was part of the considerations from the NDP as well in making this call. Now, a week and a half before Congress decisions.
Yeah, we're showing the video again that we just released on social media by the NDP, and Jagmeet Singh is there at the Capitol. He's basically explaining why he wants to deal with the Liberals, a deal they've had for the last 2.5 years, give or take, but it now ends. We should also show you what's going on right now in Newfoundland. If we can show our viewers those live pictures coming in. Justin Trudeau, in an interesting twist, will be holding a live event today in Newfoundland about the food program, the national food program. And no doubt, this will be number one, whether reporters asking questions at the end of the availability, the media press conference, which we understand is supposed to start at about 1:30, so in the next 20-25 minutes or so. But we'll get Justin Trudeau's reaction to this. Well, back to the polling, and it's not all that great for the NDP. The Conservatives are way ahead of the Liberals, who are also ahead of the NDP. So we heard, the official talking points there from Jagmeet Singh about the Liberals being greed. They don't stand up to corporate greed. But what do you think the strategy is here if the NDP are trying to do a lot better than they did in the last federal election?
Well, my read on this, Todd, based on the conversations our colleague Betsy Capellas has had with sources on background, is that what they were hearing when they were knocking on doors ahead of this City Montreal by-election, it's a Liberal seat maybe you're hoping to win, that they are hearing that their ties to the Liberals are no longer politically advantageous. And so my indication from them pulling out now is they've done the calculation, Todd, that they need to now start differentiating themselves from the Liberals. The Conservatives have done a fairly effective job of kind of linking them together, saying they were in this so-called costly coalition government, making decisions hand in hand, Jagmeet Singh and Justin Trudeau. So the NDP taking this step now is a sign that they are trying to make the case for the NDP to be a change option for Canadians without that change being Poilievre and his Conservatives, which is quite an interesting strategy to take. We'll see obviously how this plays out, and very interested to hear what the Prime Minister is going to say shortly. We have been told that Jagmeet Singh let the Liberals know just ahead of this announcement coming out on social media. So this is not a scenario where they've had days to plan their messaging and their response to it. They are learning COD effectively at the same time as the rest of Canada. Despite the Mark Boy, looking through the deal to try to figure out what kind of judgment is agreement, or would they have to give them more of a heads up, and clearly not.
Yeah, and the other interesting, the deal is done, and Jack finally will respond. As he heard, it is not however, it does make me feel very optimistic that there's been ample amount of social pressure against him, which is very much reflected in polls. It's like a 18 or 20 projected seats. Absolutely horrible, and it's because he's attached himself to a horrible single shift in the party. Will he become next Prime Minister of Canada? Absolutely. There is not years in which that would happen. You know, at the end of Avengers, where Doctor Strange and Tombstone, it's like coming up with a trillion different calculations in which it works out. There's for Jeff, we don't worry about that. Now, what does this mean? It means that he's trying to put more social pressure on Justin Trudeau, and just drop his bomb on Justin Trudeau. They did not know about this. Nobody knew about this. This was fresh to the entire country. That is huge. And Justin Trudeau is now going to be sitting there going, oh man, I thought this is falling apart. People are leaving. Why are you flying me? And now Justin left me too. Oh my goodness. And so you're going to see how vicious House of Commons when it starts back up in like a couple of weeks, folks. This is incredible. It is a step in the right direction. Now, I know everyone is like wanting that election to happen. As am I. That would be absolutely incredible. I'm just excited to get a vote. I'm excited for the entire election campaign, election season. But I do think that Jenny is going to wait maybe a few months. But he might even do it really get stringent like February, March. It might not go all the way until October. It might be something tricky like that. But we're going to have to wait and see how this plays out. This is huge, though. We're going to end the stream. We're going to make a video for the main channel, Mr. Sunshine. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. That's the extent of this. That's the crazy news. I did not expect this to happen. As well as the Bank of Canada's rate cuts today. Today's a huge day. Oh my goodness. Go and celebrate. Buy yourself a coffee. Buy yourself a beer. Wow, this is awesome. On your way out, I do want to encourage everybody to smash the like button and subscribe to the channel. And we are going to be starting up the first comment streaming in like a couple of weeks when it does get started. So stay tuned for that. Make sure to turn on the bell notification for this channel. I love you all. Thanks for tuning in to this impromptu live stream.
Media. What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to the Fringe. Pierre Poilievre making his presence well known in Parliament Hill before the, reconvening of government that takes place this September in the House of Commons. Of course, Pierre Poilievre coming out today to call, or at least force or encourage Jagmeet Singh to force an election. Now, while many people say this is a nothing vote, it doesn't mean anything. It's just Pierre, puffing out his chest. It's more of the same. Nothing's going to come from it. This is, again, a prime example.
Hey everyone, we're back to the normal studio for at least one episode today, and we're back for a really fun one, because Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's Liberals are in danger.
And yes, they have been doing for about a year now, but it's somehow gotten worse. And I've said that many times over the past several months, that somehow it does get worse for Justin Trudeau. And this is a beautiful exception to that, in which it doesn't get worse. It's the worst it could possibly get. This is a new poll out from Angus Reid that has the Conservative Party of Canada under the leadership of Jim Poilievre at 43%. The Liberals, 21, only 21%. The NDP is at 19, Bloc Québécois 10, Green Party 5, and BBC getting their 1% that they dream of. This is horrific. And yes, have the Liberals been around 22 points before? I think there's been another poll that has them at 21 points, but they're 22 points behind right now. The margin between the Liberals and the Conservatives is bigger than the share of the vote that the Liberals have. And do you know how many seats this would result in the Liberals getting? Not very many, apparently. They come in fourth place on seats, at least according to the model of Sharia Teacher, who actually has been very good at predicting the outcomes of by-elections. He tends to, at least from what I've seen with his modeling, he tends to add in the fact that based on the enthusiasm with different voting groups, the Conservatives tend to actually overperform their polls and the Liberals tend to underperform their polls. So 21% basically means that in many of these ridings around the GTA area, even to the Montreal area, Vancouver, the Maritimes, the Liberals are basically winning nothing. Because the difference between getting 21% for the Liberals and getting like 25, that 4% gap is like everything in the GTA. Because the Liberals, most of their seats are won with like 42% of the vote, which isn't that much overall. A lot of Conservative seats are won with like 55% of the vote. There's not that many state Liberal seats, and this is proving it. Whereas the NDP is getting far more seats because they have very concentrated support around the country. A lot of seats are actually very safe seats that they win with like 60% of the vote because it's some like Winnipeg, Labour, or riding, or some university riding. But this bullet model from Sharia Teacher has the Conservatives getting 227 seats, the Bloc getting 48, making the Bloc the official opposition. The NDP gets 41 seats. They actually somehow just fumble into doing better because the Liberals are so incompetent. And then the Liberal Party of Canada gets 25 and this gets 2. That's amazing too. Where everything is 6 But like, that's the full game Mr. Trudeau. I don't know how he just fumbled this hard in the past year. Yes, you're probably going to be very minimal opponent for Justin Trudeau. You're probably charismatic, talking about the right issues, you know, kind of crazy, you know, kind of fight back against the media. But Justin Trudeau, all he's doing is either basically denying anything wrong and actually everything's fantastic, or he is labeling this photocopying whatever the DNC is doing in the United States. And so now the Liberals have been kind of pushing this like Justin Trudeau is a fresh new face in politics, just like Kamala Harris, full of joy, and your spoiler, Kamala Harris is not a beautiful person either. But when Justin Trudeau tries to see that she grad something in Canada, as the man who's been in charge for 9 years, it's just insulting to people, and that's what generates big moments like this, where Justin Trudeau gets absolutely dumped on by a leader at the event he tried to do with Labour over the Labour Day long weekend. So yes, we want to basically have very the pretty confident there.
Yeah, I could keep my job. And I don't have to watch it. The $400 million was actually invested in a podcast. We're going to put it on. I think you're going to hear this year. You're awesome. That's great. Yep. Take this place. We're going to invest in your job. I don't know. Central Dance. You know anything about Central Dance? Yeah, I paid for it to solve. Okay. We're like 3 years behind. Yeah, I'm going to start eating money. Yeah. I was really just getting more, but yeah, that did not go well for Justin Trudeau. He doesn't know how to talk to average people anymore. And that is just such a devastating question for Trudeau. Like, not like it's gonna, hurt or put him in there. I don't think that video has that much
of an impact on elections, but in terms of a large cycle, that's a pretty embarrassing thing for those who have experienced. And so just kind of this guy, because he thinks that he can do it for him. And now when he's talking to this guy, he's like, yeah, no, nothing's actually very good right now. And Justin Trudeau's just like, dental care? You know what dental care? And the guy's like, yeah, I support for myself. More than 50% of people before the dental care program have their own private plan. I even think before that, about another portion of people had private plans through employers. Justin Trudeau is not helping anybody. He's giving handouts to a small sliver of the population who maybe frankly can't afford it, and they like he's spending everybody's money on employment programs that are supposed to cover everyone in the country in order to solve minor issues for select people, but he wants to kind of include dental care. So you can dental care from it. You got it like from your own wages from paying in dental care. But Justin Trudeau also over the weekend was trying to do a lot of his labor messaging, and it's really embarrassing to now see him trying to present perfectly like the Labour Party, but the new Labour Party is basically the Conservative Party, because Jagmeet Singh and Justin Trudeau both are not very good at speaking to actual workers.
Doesn't the 8 hours a day, weekend jobs, safe and healthy workplaces, protections against arbitrary dismissal, good paid, fulfilling, community-building work. I'm going to point out there, this video is going a little bit longer. None of those things actually build a strong middle class. All those were benefits. Those were perks. And unions have made themselves into thinking that they're the ones who created our work. Even workplaces that would be for better employees.
You still saying, but
that happened. Yes, unions had a small part to play in it, I suppose. It's very overhyped how much unions have done in the past on these issues. In general, a lot of bad labor standards actually back in the day were due to government giving specific corporations monopolies that had nothing to do with capital. It was mostly about corporatism, state and private business power basically taking over a market in favor of a few and blocking out all competition. But yeah, all this stuff is not actually how to build a strong middle class. But Justin Trudeau doesn't know how to build a strong middle class. He just thinks that somehow the government passes policies that say you build a strong middle class, and that's how you get it done. Not by allowing people to actually go and sell their labor to somebody for the highest price, or is being able for people to buy labor, for people to buy products and all this stuff, and be able to develop new natural resource projects. No, it's the government being involved. Japan is a country where now more than 50% of the GDP is public spending, especially when you consider that a lot of our private spending is technically just contracted public or private corporations, but still working for the government. So it's still government money going around paying for all this stuff. But maybe to end off today, I just wanted to jump over to something that I thought was very telling about Jagmeet Singh, if I can find this one. Jagmeet Singh posted this video promoting unions the other day, talking about how we all need to stand up to politicians like Pierre Paul and want to crush workers. And it's very telling that this video that Jagmeet Singh posted up to everybody, but turn off the volume because there is some, I believe, some later on. But they're doing some stuff about Pierre Poilievre being a nasty man who hates workers, and Jagmeet Singh's a real man standing up for workers. And the whole video is just him talking to women from very corporate labor boards. Jagmeet Singh is not a working class politician, and this is what is killing him with union members when he's fighting against Pierre Poilievre. More working class union members are voting for Pierre Poilievre because he respects them and because he doesn't treat them like they're 5 years old. Jagmeet Singh has just videos of him hanging out with the most white-collar union members you've ever seen. People who work desk jobs. As plants or auto manufacturing plants or any of this oil and gas sectors, oil sectors, logging. Jagmeet Singh doesn't let them. They're icky and they work fucked up and work competitive. That's the Jagmeet Singh crowd. And somehow, they go back to the start. Somehow, Jagmeet Singh is still getting far more seats than Justin Trudeau. Obviously, an investigation stuff. But that greater target area. And that's very much out there. There's a lot of everything out of it. On the gas out, the liberals pulled out one seats. Instead, it's actually what NDP marked everything right. And the Greater Vancouver area, again, you get what it's pathetic. It's pathetic. And because Justin Field is putting on the East Coast for pounds that year running against running with the media, trying to like get stuff out, like actually don't like to call it. And now that the media is no longer activist and the crypto is in the water, and they're trying to spin up these people drinking about how actually and how rise. That this places like the world or in Canada, all this stuff, it's insulting people. When the economy sucks and when he's the problem, you can't have to talk to him first, it just infuriates people. But anyway, that should be it for me today, guys. If you want to donate, please go find for the National Telegraph. It really helps to support the show. I have a GiveSend link for that in the description of this video. We have a Chinese billionaire suing us, and it's costing more than $13,000 defending ourselves in court. And so contributing anything to that helps us fighting back, so we don't have to give out big apologies and capitulate to actually political bullies like this guy is. So yeah, that would really help me out. And then if you live in BC, I'm just going to plug the fact, please donate to the party. The only way that David Eby can stay in power is if he has a way better budget campaign than the Conservatives, and the people don't like him, his volunteers are the ones getting the doors, his people are the ones calling up residents getting into the vote. And the BC Conservatives needs money so that they can get their volunteers out, so they can get messages out so they can run ads. All the finance rules in BC are slanted towards incumbent parties like the NDP, and it's sort of as an upstart is at a severe disadvantage. So if you live in BC, go and donate in your riding or in the one I've linked in the description below. Abbotsford South. Donate at least $100. It doesn't matter really what you donate to, because we're going to be distributing money into the different areas where the Conservatives have a good chance of winning. So that's where I'll probably leave you guys off. I might not be making another video in the studio because I'll probably be back in Abbotsford later today. I have a big road trip, so wish me luck, I suppose. But I'll see you guys next time regardless of where it's at. This Rich City is. Since the federal government needs to have a cabinet shuffle and shuffle Prime Minister Trudeau right out of office. Canada's public safety ministers have been opening emergency piles on troopers suspected in an alleged terror attack plot in Toronto. And was another successful updates for electric. Officials from electric is protected near the neighborhood. Thanks much for joining us. Public safety minister did give you a timeline that immigration movement file
on a pair of suspects and an alleged terror attack plot in Toronto. Government for the Blanc for the House of Commons Committee that 62-year-old Ahmed Al-Bibi live in Canada back in 2018 and became a citizen 6 months before he was arrested, along with his 26-year-old son. They were taken into custody of the criminal terrorists. The Blanc says the Canadian Security Intelligence Service became aware of the threat posed by the two-man acting unit before the ministry was freed on July 24th. During a committee meeting, Jordan and Armstrong wanted to know why Al-Bibi wasn't like Williams by the ministers, since he said Al-Bibi is the same man who was involved in the video showing another man being dismembered by ISIS 9 years ago.
What type of message does that send to Canadians regarding our national security agency with a video that was widely distributed some 8 years previous, was not flagged against any advanced biometrics? The man's face was clearly visible. His teeth was not tracked in these videos. What other terrorists are walking the streets in Canada right now, waiting to commit terrorist acts on its civilians?
You're referring to alleged dramatic images.
It's not alleged, it happened. The video is not alleged.
I think we should be careful talking about criminal evidence, but as I said in my opening comments, Kennedy Alabat is going to be able to give you some precision with respect to the video and how security screening agencies came into possession of that information. At the time when the relevant decisions were being made by the Immigration Department and the security services were doing their work, the existence of that video or the information that you have recounted now was not available. Canada-U.S. relations took center stage at the Federal Cabinet meeting in Halifax. Kristen Elvin, the ambassador of Canada to the United States, says it is vital to keep connecting with leaders and lawmakers on the border.
We've been to Texas and Florida and North Carolina and South Carolina and about 33 states in the recent months. Between the three of us, we have met about 42 governors. We have had a number of interactions with our businesses, with these local lawmakers, and we have sought, as I've said before, to make all of those debates incredibly concrete. So why does the Canadian relationship, the relationship with Canada, whether it's an economic nexus, whether it's a security nexus, whether it's a law enforcement nexus, why does working with Canada matter to that community, that city, that state?
The President of the Treasury Board, Anita Nadmaid-Well, discussed the importance of trade between our two nations. She says more than $3 billion worth of goods pass through the Canada-U.S. border each and every day.
We are undertaking this work because we know that it's important to maintain a very strong trading relationship between Canada and the United States, regardless of who is in the White House. And at this point, we have to focus on the fact that $3.3 billion of trade in goods and services pass through the border every single day. I was leading the push to ensure that we were able to reach an agreement with the CBSA in June, which we were able to do. Their work is excellent, and we need to make sure that we have a border that flows seamlessly so that that $3.3 billion of goods and services can continue to flow, and that billions of dollars can be returned to Canadians with the reduction of barriers to trade.
Federal Conservative MP Melissa Landsman says the Trudeau government really needs to do another cabinet shuffle, but this time she says the Prime Minister needs to shuffle himself right out the door.
Look, I think the only cabinet shuffle that needs to happen is that this Prime Minister needs to go. He can call a carbon tax election today and give Canadians a choice between lower taxes, taxing the carbon tax, building more homes, fixing crime, stopping crime, and fixing the budget. That's what Conservatives are going to offer, and we'll go to an election with them today.
Well, we saw some heavy rain here today in Lethbridge. It appears, however, that the rain clouds leaving us fairly soon. Jeanette Rocher has announced early weekend forecast. Jeanette, it looks like clear skies, warmer temperatures are just ahead.
Yeah, thankfully too, because we were drenched with 20 to 30 millimeters of rainfall today, and we're still expecting another 10 to 20 millimeters to fall tonight. I think that's enough for a few weeks or a month at least, but we do need the moisture, at least the farmers do. That's what I've been told. So there you go. We are seeing some clearing skies, though, on a Thursday morning, and also the 70K winds that we felt today are going to be, actually, this will be dying down by Thursday, 30 to 50 kilometers per hour tomorrow. So much better. Also a lovely high of 25 degrees and a humidity at 27. Now, what is in store for our upcoming weekend? Well, I will be back later in the show to give you all those details.
Yeah, we need that moisture. Thanks so much for doing that. The Alberta government announced more funding to help support nonprofit agencies here in the province. Arts, Culture, and Status of Women Minister Tanya Burke said $12 million will be invested into 248 nonprofit initiatives.
Each year, these grant programs support hundreds of projects such as playgrounds, community halls, arts centers, festivals, events, and programs that enrich the lives of others. The Community Facility Enhancement Program, or our CPEP program, provides nonprofits with the funding they need to upgrade, enhance, and build facilities. This facility can provide emergencies for communities in every corner of our province.
Whereas the province will also be supporting the Women Canadian Society of Calgary to help them open communities. An attendance record was set in the Lethbridge District Pro Rodeo during Home Days. More than 6,000 people took it in roping and riding. And the team acting CEO with the Lethbridge District Exhibition. This overall Home Days was quite successful with more than 30,000 attendees. As the festival continues to take up from 3 to last year. We did all day, every day, 7 days. I'm not shocked that there was another lot that we all the employees that they've gone through there, taking all of them. It's kind of a bottom line. I don't know what my line is.
Fantastic year for Move Up Days. The pre-edition we had last year, we weren't really sure what to expect if you went back to a painted nation, but what we saw from our community is that this is an event that they love, which in our honor record keeping, that is the second highest total following only last year's pre-edition model. So a really great turnout for Move Up Days. Going on from the District Pro Rodeo, and totally we saw the 6 days Hobby Powwow, which is a massive event. It's not ticketed, so it's tough to get your turnout. But the organizers were telling us that was their largest turnout they've ever had for that event in September 3. So this is that is great. We saw very strong crowds for both fight nights on Friday night and Pure Power Wrestling on Saturday night.
I'll mark this down on the calendar. Official Move Up Days will return next year from August 19th to the 23rd. And the Pro Rodeo, meanwhile, will run from the 24th to the 23rd. The NFL has its very first ever Lethbridge Pro Rodeo this season. Kevin McLaughlin will officially make the Cincinnati Bengals roster.
artificial intelligence horror is now striking home to all the United States of America. A liberal AI horror comes in the form of Alexa is quite likely interfering in our United States election. You guys are Lord for what has happened with these little devices. And by the way, I don't have Alexa in my home or Echo or anything like that. I'm just against all of that. However, a lot of people do have it in their home. No fun if you have one in your home. However, something's creepy is going on with Alexa. If you guys know about that, but Donald Trump just dropped a mega bombshell about Epstein. I've got a clip to show you towards the end of this video. But for starters, I want to give a quick shout out to my sponsor, Noble Gold Investments, their YouTube channel right here. I want to encourage you guys to check it out. Now, this particular channel is my most trusted news for financial information, and on this site you can get expert insights into gold, silver, precious metals, and investing in all of those things. In fact, these videos are designed to be short and easy to understand and perfect for your lifestyle. If you want to stay informed on the latest updates on market trends and investment opportunities, Noble Gold Investments YouTube channel is absolutely the place to do that. So subscribe today. Hit that subscribe button on the screen, go all the way up to all, so make sure to get all those notifications. Take control of your financial future and subscribe. It's absolutely free to subscribe to that channel. But with that, let's dive into this little AI horror that is terrorizing homes all across the United States of America. In fact, when Amazon's Alexa was asked for reasons to vote for Donald Trump over Kamala, it had two different answers for each of them. Let me actually play the clip for you. Here it is.
When I say vote for Donald Trump,
okay. Now, this video, this was on Ed Brokness there, but it goes on to do like a whole slew of these things, like 8 minutes worth of video. I just showed you one. They're all over the freaking internet. So in other words, we don't comment on a Donald Trump presidency, says Alexa. No, but we're going to tell you that if you vote for Kamala, it's a vote for basically racial freedom. Really? Oh, and for here, Amazon has come out and said, oh, it was just a mistake, my minister. But here it is, Yahoo News on the right. Amazon says Alexa's different responses about voting for Donald Trump versus Kamala Harris were an error, and it has fixed it. Because we see that in response for a request for comment from Variety, an Amazon spokesperson said, this is an error that was quickly fixed. According to Amazon, the company makes continual changes to improve the systems it has in place for detecting and blocking content that violates its policy. The tech company says it has dedicated teams in place to prevent similar situations in the future. Now, you have a little Amazon website, you ask about some of your local stuff. You just never know what's in there. And why? Riddle is. You guys already know the answer, but to the liberals out there, why do all the errors and mistakes, all the errors and mistakes that keep coming out from these leftist organizations, why do they always seem to benefit only Democrats? Look how great how that happened, right? Oops, it was a mistake. No, it wasn't a mistake. That was, you did it on purpose. It was family-friendly middle finger, actually, to the freaking freaks over at Amazon. They did it on purpose. I don't care what they will say on the little thing. That's what they claim, whatever. But it always benefits him. And imagine how many people did that prior to it becoming discovered. How many people asked that before? And that's the response Amazon gave. Election This is insane.
Yeah. On another note, thank God it reportedly stopped, but like I said, I'd be asking Amazon Alexa everything, but I don't have one in my home. I don't want one in my home. But anyway, Trump has just come out in a bombshell interview recently, and he dropped the bombshell that he is going to release the Jeffrey Epstein client list. Take a listen to what was said in this interview. And this is the interview that Trump was conducting. It's on the New York Post article. Give a shout out to the New York Post because that's where I found it. Trump suggests he'll release Jeff Epstein's client list if elected. I have no problem with it. But here is that statement. Take a listen.
And it's just there's a lot of people that have clients that want not to make public. Yeah. Very interesting. But nobody wants it. And some people are able to do that. So that's interesting because it's such a reason. You know, they do that for danger to the danger and so Kennedy is very different from the ex-president. What the actually trying to do is actually unethical government.
I have no problem with it, says Donald J. Trump. I really hope he comes through on that. I hope he comes through with J&K originally when he talked about those files, because Mike Pompeo was it. Nobody likes Mike Pompeo anyway. So he's going to release the JFK files, especially RFK's on the cabinet member. A cabinet member is really soon. And I am going to hold them out on that regarding Jeffrey Epstein's. I'm sure that I'll want to see it. And I think Bill Clinton's going to be in some very trouble there. Him and Prince Andrew are two that I think have been drawn to their file. Maybe Kevin Bacon and some others. Anyhow, I want to bring all of that to you guys. I love you all. I'm just signing out. Good to be here.
Device. Trump Harris device.
It's just such nonsense. It's too many ways not to put both sides. They do what they can. So I love this respect. I mean, it's like, I don't know, I see my test between now and then about likes and notes and what that. The notes that he's asked me to make sure to them. The test is easy. It's both of them. But she's going to be president. She's going to have to be president. So it all starts. So that she's going to have to be president. For example, just the reason to be upset and stuff, or around these debates Anyway, it seems so small ball and annoying, but I do think the debate will go off, and then all eyes will be on the candidates to see how they handle what are likely to be very tough questions for Trump.
Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, I think someone put a little maybe with the CNN meeting with human beings, how they do about it. Yeah, I mean, it's nothing. Like, and well done watching the free breakfast when I sit around and compare. He's had enough to cut if you want to, and he's had food, right? Harris, of course, thinks that one of the ways she's going to get through the next little while is by doing a bus tour. Now, fascinating thing about the look of the bus tour. Now, everyone who remembers 20 years ago, the Straight Talk Express and a bus tour that John McCain took across the country, that's not what she's doing. What she's doing is let's get on a bus that goes from small venue to small venue to small venue.
what's on, everyone? Jern here from the bordering. I hope you're having an absolutely wonderful day. Down goes Coors Light. It would appear that Coors Light has now been outed as having a wild DE&I policy out there, and just before the article dropped, killing everything in the world, they fold. And this is an absolute W. Getting the woke nonsense out of the beer world, Coors, Molson Coors, yikes. Yikes, yikes, yikes. Again, as I've always said, stop giving money to people who hate you. Use Veev. It's an app. You can download it for free on Google Play and App Store. Get it right after you watch this video. Then when they ask you for a code to confirm it, use code 4444 and you'll get a 2-month free trial. It's only $1 a month anyway, but it has saved me thousands of dollars from not giving money to companies that hate me. So get the Veev app after you watch this video. Big news last week. I messaged executives from Coors and Molson Coors to let them know that I plan to reveal their work policies. Today, they're already preemptively making changes. They have first ended participating in HRC's Woke Corporate Equality Index social credit system. This is the system that we've talked about at length, that, it's the woke credit score thing. It's just the nonsense, how many people of color do you have, how many this, how many that, stuff that's completely unrelated to whether or not you make a good product. They've also dropped all DEI-based training programs and have dropped all donations to diverse events. They have ended ERG groups in favor of DRG groups, open to all employees, no longer designed to focus on race or orientation. They have dropped all supplier diversity goals. They have no more executive compensation tied to DE&I and more. Let's take a little listen to the video. All right, y'all, I got paid. By the way, this is Robbie Starbuck on Twitter. Definitely follow him, subscribe to him to support his work.
Fantastic news for you. Another win. Last week, we reached out to the CEO and president of Molson Coors. You probably know them for their Coors beers. I was concerned about their woke and DEI-based policies, so I laid out my concerns. I was concerned about woke policies at Coors and DEI policies, so I reached out, I laid out our concerns, and I laid out that we were investigating for a story. After a little back and forth with them, I got some fantastic news. Before we begin with the changes, though, I wanted to point out that this page used to exist, and it no longer does. Now that page looks like this. Isn't it beautiful? This email just all Coors.
So just in case you missed that, they actually had a diversity, equity, and inclusion page on their website, and they deleted it.
This email just went out to all Coors employees. So let's jump into the changes. First, there will be no more woke DEI. Employee research groups, or DRGs, that were previously separated across identity politics lines like race, or what kind of sex you like to have, are now DRG, business research groups that are open to all employees. Sports is no longer donating to divisive events like pride events. Instead, they're going to be donating to their hometown communities or business goals like alcohol responsibility, disaster relief efforts, and promoting access to higher education and job training positions in their industry.
Well, that would also be good. By the way, I don't even necessarily have an issue with, I don't really have an issue if Coors want to donate to some local pride event. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't offend me. I don't care. Just make sure there's like no kids events there, or no, weird, Drake hours or whatever for people. You know what I mean?
Employee and executive compensation will no longer be tied to DEI hiring. Coors will no longer have supplier diversity goals and give preferential treatment to, quote, diverse suppliers. I see the best for last, at least my favorite part of these stories is always when companies leave the HRC's DEI scoring system. Yeah, Coors had 100 on the CI scoring system, which is essentially a social credit system.
So they had essentially a perfect score on the social credit score.
To push leftism to corporate America. I've had enough of the CEI scoring system, so I've got some great news. Coors is in fact stating they will no longer participate in the CEI scoring system from the HRC. The Corporate Quality Index is on its way. I love that this email ends with the Coors leadership team talking about the importance of unity. Because
unity is going to be found in our approach of neutrality and sanity. No more divisive social and political issues at work. They don't belong here. Work is going to be about work, and we're going to make corporate America sane again.
Our movement is about something more than just ending wokeness. It's about ending the idea of the silent majority. There is nothing more shameful.
I mean, this is proof. Again, you guys have all mobilized, motivated, shown up, went on these people's Twitter pages, went on these people's Facebook pages, and pushed them. They actually deleted it from their website. And Forbes was pretty woke. The same with just employees. Now, our campaigns are so effective that we're getting multi-billion-dollar organizations to change their policies without me even posting, just from fear that they have of being the next company that we reveal. The landscape of corporate America is quickly shifting to sanity and neutrality. We are now the trend, not the anomaly. We are winning, and one by one we'll bring back sanity to corporate America. So far, you've helped me change corporate policy at Tractor Supply, John Deere, Harley Davidson, Polaris, Indian Motorcycles, Lowe's, Ford, now Ford. Don't forget Jack Daniels. Jack Daniels also had a preemptive strike. We, of course, we reckon what's going to stop until wokeness is extinct. By the way, he asked the number one way to support him is by subscribing to him on Twitter, which I have done out of solidarity, plus all the work he does, that we cover on this channel. I think this is absolutely massive. See, Hodgson, we're being to be one of these woke corporations right now. Big news incoming. We got another one. This on the back of the news that we had the manifesto released today. This country is moving towards unity again. An example that would be like Donald Trump and RFK Jr., right? And these companies deciding, hey, we're done being divisive. It used to be profitable. But somewhere along the line, all of us constantly getting together, roasting, everyone getting together and saying, you know what, we don't want this from you. We don't want, we don't want anything to do with woke nonsense. The biggest losers in this is the HRC, by the way. Again, this person makes $600,000 a year roughly, I guess based on the salary numbers. The biggest losers are the HRC. Everybody that loses the HRC, Chad Griffin, who used to be the president in 2019, is $570,000 a year. This is the president now, a black woman with dreadlocks, okay, making $600,000 a year, basically bullying corporations who value things that their company and customers simply do not care about. It's gotten so common now. You look at this. Is there a single article covering Coors Light? Nope. There's Coors Light TV finally. If I go to Coors Light CPI, you just got CNN, Bloomberg. Okay, finally. American CEOs, by the way, are happy to have an excuse to get rid of PPI anti-woke activists who have to start them. See here, over the summer, Ford, Lowe's, Harley Davidson, John Deere, Tractor Supply all dropped controversial PPI practices in the workplace with one man and well, I wouldn't say all that. I would say that everybody that follows him, and I don't think he would do that. Everybody that follows him, everybody that watches the video, yes, he will run for his life. Nobody just starts to realize somebody just has to touch the cards, or just feel the American we're happy. Get rid of this stuff. Yeah, I'd probably agree with that. On Tuesday, Robbie Starbuck announced on X that Molson Coors is preemptively making changes, including dropping DEI training, hiring metrics, after he said he messaged with executives and warned that the expose would be forthcoming. The Molson reached out to Molson Coors, the parent company of more than 100 big beer and spirit brands, including Miller High Life, Mining Coolers, Foster's, and Coors varieties. The move is similar to Jack Daniels reversing the policy from Starbucks. Simply said he was going to protest the whiskey brand. Last week, Ford said it would scale back DEI initiatives as well. late last month, Lowe's buckled under the pressure. So all of these companies, I do think they are probably totally happy to drop this stuff. You know, a lot of people are cynical and say, "Oh, well, they're just renaming." Yeah, that might be true. It might be true, but Robbie has a lot of contacts. I'm starting to get contacts with these companies too. I just had someone email me from AutoZone, and so I suspect if they go back to it, it will be pretty quickly, detected. People will figure it out pretty quickly. It will hit, kind of the internet pretty quickly. People will re-report on it, and the boycott will be back on. So as long as our presence remains, the threat of, people pushing back against this stuff, I don't think that a lot of these companies are going to want to go back to the way things were, because they're obviously afraid of you, and they should be. And make sure, by the way, you get the Meetings app, which is another great way. They've added hotels and travel expenses on there now too, which are big expenses. It's free to download. Use code 4444. Free to try for 2 months. Get their premium version. Good to see you always do the right thing. Not the good thing.
What's up, guys? Hope you guys are able to see me on this live. Hope you guys are doing well today. Got a lot to cover. In fact, Donald Trump's getting a lot of good news, you guys. Fani Willis, not so good. And Donald Trump's getting an overwhelming amount of support coming from black women voters. So, we got a lot to talk about today, guys. Fani Willis' daughter, let's talk about her real quick. She got arrested. And it's kind of bad. It's not a good look when you're the DA of Fulton County, Georgia. Now, if you guys remember, Fani Willis, she's the Fulton County District Attorney that was coming after Donald Trump for the Georgia election interference case. Basically, it was like, Donald Trump and 14 other co-defendants, 18 other co-defendants. Basically, Fani Willis got caught up by Ashley Merchant because of her secret relationship that was going on with a special prosecutor, Nathan Wade. Anyway, her daughter got arrested. Now a good look for the DA. So if you guys can see, hopefully you guys can see my screen. I don't know if I'm sharing with you guys. Am I sharing my screen right now? Okay. What's up, Alex? How you doing? Hope you guys are able to see it, hear me live. If you guys are able to see it, hear me, just let me know. Just put a yes or a Y in the comments. Appreciate you guys. Fani Willis' daughter, I should say, Fani Willis' pregnant daughter, Tiana, 25 years old, is arrested in Georgia for driving with a suspended license amid the Trump election interference case. Not a good look for mom, okay? So the daughter of Donald Trump nemesis, Fani Willis, poses gloomily for her jail mugshot after getting locked up for allegedly driving with a suspended license. Now, I would love to know how this went down, because I would just picture this 25-year-old girl knowing her mom, the DA of Georgia, probably made a scene. I wasn't really there. I don't really know, but my mom was the DA of Fulton County, Georgia. You want to let me go, and next, you get the handcuff slapped up your wrist. I don't really know how it went down, to be honest with you guys. All I have is the details here, but what is interesting here, this is the mugshot that they're sharing of Fani Willis' daughter here. You can see this is Fani Willis over here on the right with her daughter. She stated that the reason for her using her cell phone while operating the vehicle was due to her mother calling her related to her pregnancy, the report states. How many of you guys believe that true? Y'all think she's telling the truth, or you think she's lying? By the way, also, if you haven't already, please take a second to hit the like button for the video. Also, thank you guys so much for always subscribing to the channel and sharing the videos. Yo, what's going on? You got a bunch of people in here. It's super
lately. I'm lately, you guys are hanging out with me. What's going on, you guys? Angela White, what's going on? We got Ray Virgo, it's a bit gassy. Chronic Crypto, that's funny, just a bit gassy. Diane, yeah, what's going on? What's up? A bunch of you guys in here, that's what's up. Yeah, so an incident report obtained exclusively by DailyMail.com revealed Rihanna pulled over these cops, spotted her using a cell phone while driving her 2010 Nissan Altima. So basically, she got pulled over for using her cell phone. You guys ever get pulled over for using your cell phone? That sounds complicated. And then it escalated into because she was allegedly locked up for driving with a suspended license. Not a good look. There's Fannie Willis here, the board named Wade. What's going on? Okay. So the Texas Southern University Super Bowl officer from the Tyrone Police Department who was unaware her license was revoked on May 13th for the same offense. Driving while suspended. Whoa. That's not a good, that's really not good. So did she feel like, her mom would be a Fulton County Board that she could drive around with a suspended license? Is this like a privileged daughter thinking she can get away with stuff, or is this like a legitimate mistake? You guys let me know what you think. Rihanna was then searched. Man, how would you want a male officer searching this girl, this woman, who had been pulled over by the police? But it says that Rihanna was being searched and handcuffed on the side of the highway, taken to Fayette County Jail on a misdemeanor charge of driving with a revoked or suspended license. Willis's mother later arrived on the scene to take possession of the vehicle. So apparently, Fannie Willis showed up and drove away with Rihanna's 2010 Nissan Altima. Wow. Okay. So a booking photo obtained by DailyMail.com shows Rihanna was drained and ejected as she arrived at the 504-bed lockup 30 minutes south of Atlanta. So I wonder if that is Fannie Willis's jurisdiction. Wouldn't that be wild to have the prosecutor of your suspended license crime be prosecuted by your own mom? Like, that's kind of crazy. Let's see, she was subsequently released and ordered to attend the town of Tyrone Municipal Court October 24th for arraignment. Here we go. So the punishment of driving with a suspended license for 4 days, minimum of 2 days in jail. So it looks like she's going to get at least 2 days in jail and a fine of at least $500 and a 6-month extension of that suspension. Ooh. So it looks here, if Rihanna is found guilty of a second offense, it will escalate to at least 10 days in jail and a fine between $1,000 and $2,500. This is not a good look. And in fact, you see here is the traffic citation, all the details. They're just posting this. This is, I would think, wow, I didn't even know that they just share this. This is on DailyMail.com or DailyMail.co.uk. Crazy. That sucks. Really sucks. She seems like a pretty girl, nice. I mean, I don't know if she's nice. Hopefully she's nice, but it sucks. Being pregnant, locked up in jail. What do you guys think about that? What do you guys think? It's a mistake. It's never a mistake driving on a suspended license. It's intentional. I want to see what you guys think about this. Public record, anybody get it? I didn't know that, guys. Appreciate you. Why is she suspended in the first place? That's a very good question. In the state of Tennessee, go up 4 days with your license reinstated and you're all good. Okay. She's very not smart. She's not very smart. May have protection plan, I bet you. Well, I'll do my best to stay on top of this and see what actually happens and see if the girl gets like a fair trial in spite of the conflict with the attorney. We'll definitely see what happens. If the, you know, is going to be kind of like special treatment for Black Berkeley, and the Betty Pack protection didn't really work out so well. What's going on, Robert Spielman? What is going on? Okay, so if you're suspended, you're late. If registered to the suspended licensee, can show up via video camera on the cars while driving on the roads. The tech is way quick to read license plate, etc. Now, wow, that is. So I guess that's what those devices are on the trunks of these cars. What's up, Danny? What is going on, Sandra? Mike Osborne, what is good? What is good? So, also, Donald Trump getting a whole lot of support lately from Black women. You guys know about that? Check this out.
I heard that that's running for president. That's just me, though. I mean, because any way you look at it, the man won his presidency without the black vote. What do you need it for? What do you need us for? Tell me what you need me for. But for some reason, he always get up on that stage talking about how low black unemployment is. Because he legitimately does. You never heard Obama get on stage talking about black unemployment. Because on his first 2 years with the Democratic Congress, he doubled. Black unemployment under Barack Obama doubled. How many of y'all know that? It doubled. It literally doubled. It went from 8% to 16%. How you get around that no even say nothing about that? But Donald Trump, getting into the notice, never been reported, like I think he don't do that. He does not need the black vote. The black vote didn't put him in Congress, the black vote ain't gonna take him out. But the fact that he gets up there on the stage, every chance he gets, they tells us how we argue. Because we, I ain't gonna say that, it's crazy to realize it ourselves. You know what I'm saying? We ain't gotta do that.
There's movement that's happening in this election, guys. One that Vice President Kamala Harris is just not happy about. Her campaign has worked hard to make her a strong black woman who's running for president, even though she ain't black. And guys, before we get started, make sure you're hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Let's get started. However, this message alone isn't enough to voters, especially black women who feel as if Donald Trump is way more for them compared to her. The movie's called I'm Not With Her. And her, obviously, is going to Kamala Harris.
Some of the calculations don't like what kind of body concept from their office. Diamond Friends, I'm David Taylor, and I'm from Tampa, Florida. I'm with Kamala Harris. Harris of the Valley, in Kalamazoo County, Michigan. And a fellow African immigrant. But that's not okay, so we live in voting for Kamala Harris. I'm not voting for I'm not for Kamala Harris. I'm not with her. I'm not with Kamala Harris. I'm not with Kamala. I am not for Kamala. I am for Donald Trump. I am not with Kamala. I'm not with her, and she's not with me. I support President Trump and the economic policies our country experienced as our 45th president. President Trump for our law enforcement agency. Honest and appropriate. Don't try to make me proud of being an American. Let me down the nation. Being an American makes America great again. It's Americans first. It's always good. Only Donald Trump. And millions of other black Americans will cast my vote for Donald J. Trump. Our proud Donald J. Trump. Let's make America great again.
And this ad for the Trump campaign is coming out as numbers are coming out that more and more black women voters are expected to participate in this year's presidential elections. How are you doing about your election?
I'm going for Trump. I feel like every time they don't want somebody who's a good person to win, they throw somebody black in our face and that's going to like make us vote for the black person. I'm going for her because she's black. I'm going to vote for her because she's the first black woman to run for president. I'm running for Trump.
What?
Yeah. It has to change, and now I vote for what fits me better as a person, rather than
voting for the black person or voting for the person on exile.
What do you think about Kamala?
Because you don't get paid, you know what I'm saying?
I don't know if y'all picked up on that, but that last girl, she just said, I don't want to vote for a black person, and she corrected herself saying, I don't want to vote for a woman. I think that was like a subconscious way of basically confirming that she doesn't think that she's black either.
It has to change. It has to change now and vote more for what fits me better as a person, rather than voting for a black person or voting for the person on exile.
What do you think about Kamala?
Because you don't get paid, you know what I'm saying? So, like, you know, like them saying, what are you? I'm not doing it. People get mad about it, I'm just not doing it.
Now, we can't say for sure if this is due to Trump or Harris, but it's a surprising change to say the least.
We're tracking something really interesting going on right now. The surge in voter registration in key groups ahead of the November election. Among young black women, registration is up more than 175%. You heard that right, more than 175% in 13 states. That's compared to the same time in 2020.
Wow, guys, this is big. This is pretty huge. So, first of all, quick shout out to GG Gamer. Thank you for hitting the join button and becoming a member of the channel. Really do appreciate your support. What do y'all think about this? I mean, between Fani Willis' daughter getting arrested, all of this, I was gonna say minority support, but I mean, in this case, a lot of black female support, which, I mean, based on a lot of what we see in the media, CNN, MSNBC, ABC, CBS News, it seems like the black woman population was really leaning hard toward Kamala Harris. But it seems now like the tides may be turning, or maybe it's just the media trying to make it seem like Kamala Harris has way more support than she actually does for the black female population. But this is pretty big, I think. Let's see. I saw a comment in here. What's up, Robert Spielman? It's to Valerie. What's up, Valerie Consalvo? Hello, aren't you live? Your podcast? Yes, I am live. What's up? Let's see. Drain the Lagoon. I think it's about how we drain the swamp. That's right. Let the legals here get $15,000 or $5 for housing. Really? It's happening. Let's see. Talk about the worst of two evils. Rather go with the one that have a good record. Yeah, Kamala Harris, she's just awful. She's an idiot. She's an airhead. She flip-flops on her policies on a regular basis. She steals Donald Trump's policies when she finds out that her own policies that it's really not popular. So then she steals Donald Trump's policies, for example, like the no tax on kitchen policy. That was definitely not her idea. It was definitely not her idea, not her policy. And the thing that really kills me is how many people are going to sit down there thinking like she's amazing and be above her just because she's black. She ain't black people want. Number two, they want to vote for someone just because she has a freaking uterus. She's like the dumbest thing in the world. They want to vote for someone just so that she can be the first woman president, who, by the way, received no actual votes. Like, they just installed her as a Democratic nominee. So this is people. Hypothetically, let's just say she won the presidency. Yay! She's the first woman president. Okay. The celebration's like 10 minutes long. Now what? You gotta deal with her stupid policies for the next 4 years. And all you're gonna do is end up punishing yourself and your children and your children's children. So, and ultimately just kind of ruining the United States even further. She has zero intention on correcting this border crisis that she's created. How many of you guys have heard about the Venezuelan gang taking over the apartments in, I think it was Colorado? There's several
there are several apartments, not just one apartment complex in Colorado right now, that have been taken over by Venezuelan gangs. And I want to say I saw on Twitter earlier today, it's just horrible. It's horrible that they're doing this and that they're getting away with this nonsense. And this is under Kamala Harris' leadership. And the thing is they were really trying to keep this thing under wraps. I'm actually looking for it right now. If I can find it, I'll share it with you guys. But basically, mainstream media didn't want to cover this massive problem with the Venezuelan gangs taking over the apartment complex. And it's a bigger problem than essentially they want you to know. But anyway, let me see. Let's see. Bill T says the Hells Angels are on their way. Say hi to them in Colorado. Okay. Yep. No media coverage either. Elena is saying that it's going on in Chicago too. Yeah, it is crazy, Valerie, what we're doing with our country right now. It's just freaking ridiculous. And no one seems to be paying attention to it. Aurora, Colorado. Thank you, Lori. I couldn't remember the city name. Matter of fact, thank you for that. As a matter of fact, let me just see if I could just type that into Twitter real quick, see if I can find it. Aurora. Let me just type in Aurora and see what comes up. Jeez, man, I saw it earlier. Oh, wait. Today, migrants and communist community members who put together their protest in Aurora said this isn't an issue in their apartment complex. What? What is she saying? Oh, that's good. I hope you guys can see this. That looks like a problem. I'm just, you know what I mean? Like, that just looks like a problem. I don't want to get in trouble sharing too much of that video because I'm not really sure where she's going to go with that. But when you're in an apartment complex and you got somebody standing outside of your apartment door with what seems to be a long barrel rifle, I don't think that's good. I just don't think that's a good thing. Anyway, but let's get back to it. Let me see what you guys are saying in the comments. I don't want to ignore you guys. Oh my god, the comments are blowing up. No, it's not your imagination. Police, SWAT, and ICE got a leader and 4 others. Wow. They have taken over 2 buildings. And see, guys, this is how it starts. It starts with 1 building, 2 buildings, a full city, a state, multiple states. You see what I'm saying? Like, martial law is coming ASAP. Appreciate it, Sweet Slide. I mean, we gotta take this stuff seriously, guys. And Kamala Harris is just not gonna get the job done. She's already in the office. This is the thing that really frustrates me. It's like, oh, vote for me, I'm gonna do X, Y, Z. It's like, woman, you're already in the White House. You already have the keys to the White House. If you had any legitimate plans of doing any of the things that you're talking about, you would have been done it already. So I don't see what she's doing, except people who are just ignoring policies and voting based on feelings. I like that Kamala Harris just cares. Tim Walz, they care. Man, these are some of the biggest phony people in the United States. I mean, they're probably not the phoniest people in the United States, but you get my point. These people are not to be trusted. I'm sorry. Like, they're just not to be trusted. I can't give them my vote at all. According to the data from...
What are you? You know, so I'm not feeling that. People get mad about it. I'm just not feeling it.
Now, we can't say for sure if this is due to Trump or Harris, but it's a surprising change to say the least.
I'm tracking something really interesting going on right now. It's a surge in voter registration in key weeks ahead of the November election. Among young black women, registration is up more than 175%. You heard that right. More than 175% in 13 states. That's compared to the same time in 2020. This is according to data from Arkansas. Registration has also increased among young Latinos and black Americans. It's incredibly visible. It's changes in voter registration.
They're anywhere close to the monkey. 175% is almost tripling registration rate among this specific group. You just don't see that sort of thing happening in elections.
This support for the former president shows that people care about policies and action. It's not always about identity politics. That is ridiculous. It also doesn't make our defenses any cheaper. It also doesn't protect our borders. And this is what Trump is banking on right here, guys. That voters will care more about policies than identity. But here's what's surprising. Democrats are saying that the policies don't matter. In fact, one Democratic strategist said the quiet part out loud on Fox News. $540 million raised, $82 million in one. So what's the thing about it? There's limited knowledge, but there's no policy page on the website. And so I don't know what I care about policy pages on websites, but every single time she steps to the podium, she talks about her policy and something the right way. The voters are responding. Those are the numbers that are policy. Let me tell you what the border policy is. Oh, she said that they want to say bipartisan border legislation. They claim for Donald Trump taking credit for killing Donald Trump, what you call it there, traffic. She's going to introduce it. Expand it. Should give her the opportunity to share whatever policy agenda she wants, and as the process goes on, she will continue to do so. If you ask this strategist, we're not supposed to hear about policy. As if this isn't important to them. They have a policy that once they're in office, or is it just an afterthought? It's simply that black folks actually care about policies. And the same can be said for level-headed Americans who care about what happens around them. But if you were to ask liberal media, all of this support that we see for Donald Trump is nothing but smoke and mirrors. They can't fathom that black voters would actually support the former president. Check out how they're coping over CNN.
And to bring you in, those battleground polls also show Donald Trump pulling in 19% support from black voters. That is actually triple what he got in 2020. What do you think of that? What is he doing right to win Democrats?
I don't make anything of these polls that are talking to imaginary black folks. I would love to know, for one, who they're talking to, because I've not.
So you think that they don't exist?
My bad, I was muted. I gotta jump in here for a second because she over here talking about some imaginary black folks supporting Trump, and I guess I'm imaginary because I support Trump. I will be voting for Trump. I have voted for Trump previously. So I just want to clear the air. There are some black people out here that actually do support Donald Trump. So I don't know what the lady's talking about. As you can see, Charlie Maine, he was kind of laughing at that response, but that was just complete bull. So I just wanted to add that little sweet bit in there. So anyway.
What we got in 2020. What do you think of that? What is he doing right to win Democrats?
I don't make anything of these polls that are talking to imaginary black folks. I would love to know, for one, who they're talking to, because I've not.
So you think that they don't exist?
I think that they are, maybe you know what they might be the invisible man that Ralph Ellison talked about in his book. I don't know who these people are. There was a Trump ad that was released, I believe today, that's targeting black women voters. And there are these people who, allegedly exist all throughout the country, and they're reading scripts. You can see their eyeline going over here. And I think some of them might be paid to say some of these things. I'm not sure.
Do you guys agree with that idea? That all of this sudden support for Trump is because they paid people to read off of the script? Or is the support genuine and that they actually want action from their president? Now, with the election that's getting closer by the day, guys, it's kind of weird that we're using the World Health Organization. News that suggests that all of us need another booster for the C-19 virus. Now, guys, I covered this in a lot of detail in another video. Make sure you check it out. But if you're truly suspect that now, guys, I just want to see. How about the $25,000 for two buyers and $150,000 for an illegal immigrant to buy a home? That's common plan. I guess he's paying $150,000 per immigrant home. You got it, the American taxpayer. Then Cheryl says, I never took one shot. How many of you guys have not taken any shots? And how many of you guys are thinking about getting another shot or a booster? Of course, this conversation is coming up now. Shout out to Africa in the house. I saw some folks in here from South Africa. I'm looking for, God bless you, Danny, appreciate you, brother. I saw somebody in here from South Africa. Where are you? Today from Australia. What is up, Australia in the house? Here it is. Good one. Cheryl Foster. Good day, South Africa, my brothers and sisters. And I saw another one in here somewhere. Sorry, guys. It grabbed my eye, and I don't see it now. So many comments from flying in. Austin here, what's going on? Charlemagne the dog. Brian says no jabs. No jabs. So it looks like you guys are not down with the jabs. No shots in my household. Wow, okay. From 2024 from South Texas. HK says, Ron, you're doing amazing work. Thank you so much. Your channel is making a huge difference. Yo, I really appreciate that. I really do. Sometimes I don't, I get on here and I sometimes underestimate how many people I'm reaching. So when I get comments like that, that appreciate what we're doing here on the channel, it really does mean a lot to me. So I appreciate you. Appreciate you, HK. Deborah, okay. Let's see. No shot in Houston, 175K now, no bricks. Man. Got you. What's up, Max R? Glad you're watching. Thank you. We got East Tennessee in the house. All my friends love when I share your content. Oh, appreciate you, Miss. Appreciate you, Missy 042. Thank you so much. Shout out to Tennessee. My man, Dave Ramsey got a Tennessee. I really like that guy too. Sidebar. Informative across all party lines. Appreciate the sweet slide. Alright, guys. If you have not already, please take a second to do your boy favor. I know it's late, but it's totally free. Hit the like button. Make sure you're still subscribed to the channel. And I always want to just thank you guys so much for sharing this video and all my other videos. I'm going to try to get some sleep so I can get up and do this thing again in a couple hours. Alright, guys. Have a great night, and see you tomorrow. Bye.
Hello. It is great to be in the great state of Michigan. It's 69 days, my friends. We're
take this country back. We're going to elect Donald J. Trump, President of the United States, and it is going to start right here with the great people of Michigan. Now, last week, the biggest heist in American history happened right under Kamala Harris' nose. Somebody stole 818,000 jobs. She and Tim Walton been bragging about. Did y'all see that? Where'd they go? Now, you may not have heard this because our friends in the back media doesn't like to talk about it, but what really happened is this. The Harris administration had to admit that more than a quarter of all the jobs that supposedly been created last year were actually fake. They've never existed.
Michael's baseball failed to score on down. Celebrate the season with major savings. Enjoy buy one, get one free car, and all the decor, lighting, and more. Hurry, sail in soon.
Finalement, le prix du travailleur sexuel avec son emploi, c'est de garder la famille ensemble et plus qu'on peut. Moi, c'est la modèle en peu de temps.
It was the biggest revision to the job numbers since the financial crisis back in 2008-2009. In other words, what it means is they are cooking the books to hide how bad the economy really is under Kamala Harris. I promise you this, on November 5th, there is one job that is definitely going to vanish, and that is when we tell Kamala Harris, you are fired, and send her back to San Francisco. Now, you all are fired up, but it's hot out here. Kamala Harris, she needs a rock star to get a crowd like this. We just come out here because we're patriots and we want to save this country. Now, Kamala, I don't know if you paid attention to the news lately. Kamala's decided that the American people don't like her policy. She's exactly right about that. Just take one, immigration. Kamala Harris, remember, she suspended deportation on day one. She stopped Donald Trump's Remain in Mexico policy. That was on day one. And that's why we have a wide open southern border. But I read a story this morning that her advisors are considering just copying all of Donald Trump's policies. They're more popular. In fact, I've heard that for her debate in just a couple of weeks, she's going to put on a navy suit, a long red tie, and adopt the slogan, Make America Great Again. I think that's what. But we're not going to let the American people forget that Kamala Harris is the candidate of American decline. She cast the tide-breaking vote for the Inflation Explosion Act. She cast the tide-breaking vote to send interest rates and mortgages through the roof. She opened that border on day one, and as much as fake Kamala wants to pretend that she now agrees with Donald Trump, we've got to remind her he's the vice president right now. Stop talking about what you're going to do. Start talking about what you are going to do right now because you're the vice president. And what she has done has been a disaster. Now, I would confess that in some ways I have a soft heart with him, but in some ways I feel bad for my woman. They don't. You don't. But I'm not sure that this is a woman who knows what she actually believes. She is, if you think about it, she's just a cog in the wheel of a very corrupt system. Now let's go back in time a few years and just remember the formula of Kamala Harris and her handlers and what it read. Now step one was to shift all of our good manufacturing jobs to Mexico, to China, to far-flung corners all over the world. Remember, Kamala Harris supported the reauthorization of NAFTA, which has been terrible for the state of Michigan, the state of Ohio, and the state of Pennsylvania. Proud towns became ghost towns. Dignified American workers became dependent on the government, and families, including a lot of families like mine, fell apart under financial stress. Now that was step one. Did we ask for any of that? Now here's step two. Step two is open our borders to millions of illegal immigrants. And into that void of joblessness poured drugs and a lot of cheap labor.
Our leadership, including Kamala Harris, they said it was compassionate, but it was a lie. What they really wanted, my friends, was millions of voters for Democrat policy, and they wanted billions of cheap labor. American wages went down, and our leaders learned they could ignore their own citizens and their quest for power. Now, that was step 2, and I asked, did we ask for that? Now, the next step was a lot of stupid foreign policy. Our leaders couldn't deliver prosperity, but they could deliver war and conflict. So we invaded countries all over the world, and then we invited other countries to invade us through illegal immigration. Our people got poorer, our leaders got richer, and they got more powerful. Now that was step 3, and I asked, did we ask for that? Now I
know Church Hours. I know.
I saw it very personally. My parents were divorced. My family began to struggle.
Oh, yeah, what's up? Salut.
Okay, so that means the foreign Congress government said that it is a study going to arrest us. The Supply and Confidence Coalition between themselves and Justin Trudeau, no surprise there, considering Justin thinks a man of morality, he is a man of strong conviction, and he has no care except for everyone else. He doesn't care about himself or his own political future or career. No, all that matters to him are the people of Canada. So, right after he made that announcement, Justin Trudeau was sent to give a press conference and doing so now. Of course, we expect him to comment on the recent turn of events. Let's just be necessary.
It's the one thing back here in the province with some friends, premature Andrew. It's great that you're here today to make this important announcement together. Good things happen when we work together.
Right, except you and Justin Singh are apparently no longer working together, at least not publicly behind the scenes. Who knows what's happening, but publicly apparently we're no longer working together, and so it must be weaker than it was before.
When all of us work together, things to be good. Megan, thank you for your welcome. Outstanding Newfoundland Caucus, Minister Dennis Sutz, and Minister of Agriculture, Lawrence McCauley. It's an opportunity for us to come together and kick off this school year in the right way. But before I get into that, I just,
what would be the right way to kick off the school year, which is would be to remove those leaders from our government and replace them with those who champion free market, champion individual, champion rights and freedoms and law, champion the mercy of Almighty God and the Scripture as the supreme standard of law in this nation, and so on and so on and so on. That's what's the right way to start off the school year.
Let me say a couple of words about making this decision.
Right. So no one particularly is interested in the Bank of Canada's decision from earlier today. We are instead concerned with Justin Trudeau or Justin Singh's recent announcement and what Singh said. So we're actually going to get to questions because Trudeau here just talked about the Bank of Canada's interest rate change and how it works so well for Canadians.
Everyone knows that statement
is false. And so instead, this because of the lies we're going and listen to what happened today.
Mr. Trudeau, you no longer have the support of the Australian voters and conservatives are calling for an election if partisan
It's the school lunches next week, thousands of kids across the province, and investments that are helping hundreds of thousands of kids off across the country. Asking to step up to things, okay, so that those that can travel across the country this talking about the high cost of rent, the need for more housing, the cost of talking about the environment, the climate change, and the impacts of it. And these are the things that we were focused on. I'll let others focus on politics, but I want to point out that I really hope the NDP stays focused on how we can deliver for Canadians as we have over the past years, rather than focusing on politics.
Right. So an egregious answer, not only does Trudeau refuse to answer, but he refuses to do so because he's a coward. It's a simple question. Is it time to go to the polls, yes or no? And Trudeau said, we're here today because of school lunches. Because I'm proud of the cost of country. Canadians have told me the cost of living is difficult. The cost of living is insurmountable. And it is, obviously, the economy. And realize that, oh, perhaps it's not the post-2020 that Justin Trudeau, or it's not the strong economy that Justin Trudeau is letting out of it. And so people are sick and tired of all of the socialism. They're sick and tired of all the government intervention. And they want something different. They want something new. They want to go to the polls. Instead of answering whether or not it's time to do so, Justin Trudeau decides to deflect and say, I don't want to play politics. It's weird because the politician playing politics is literally his job is to and like saying, I don't want to play politics. Nobody can stand playing politics.
Programs that we announced, actually, I'm going to start in the State's Department, and I think we're going to do look at half a million seniors access that deliveries for the past few months despite the political service and opposition to every step of the way. As we work on that in the House cycle, so we can stay focused on that.
That's like that. Well, again, farm service would be absolutely devastating. More socialism into the markets, more government intervention into the markets, and with that, a shortage of medical supplies, medical drugs in this case, that people need to survive. No doubt about it. Pharmacare would be devastating for Canada. Pharmacare fully imposed, that is.
We're going to stay focused on delivery for Canadians at a time when people we have, and the Bank of Canada looks like they have understood that we have the strongest fiscal position of any country in the G7 right now. I would refuse to set that fiscal position to work for Canadians by delivering spaces at $10 a day with tickets across the country. Don't get coordinated together into prison police and COVID-19. A school food program was going to make sure that kids in the same class can focus on the development story and focus on the future.
Okay, did you hear that? We have apparently the strongest fiscal position. And with the face that bureaucrats have said that Canada has the strongest fiscal position in G7. Now, all we have to do is look at ourselves. Instead of listening to get these face that bureaucrats and things we don't know, things we never see, perhaps let's make sure to say, how is it actually feel like we're in the strongest fiscal position in G7? Does that help your current situation? Oh, wow. And that means we're the strongest fiscal position in G7. And for those means we're the strongest position. And I say this with gratification, of course, because we're testing we're the strongest position. And take my part and take the school. So at least we're the strongest fiscal position in G7. What a great lesson from our folks over in Evelyn here.
It's Canada and Canada. So the things that we step in, it's the focus. Next question.
Months ago, audience TV, have you actually think about what your fall will look like now? Will it be another just a regular return that has the costumes going to be used now? Have you start thinking about maybe following an election, hopefully something happens?
I am not focused on politics. Other parties focus on politics. I'm focused on actually delivering the things that Canadians all need this summer. They need to have
So just to be focused on politics, and this is such a garbage answer, we're not even going to listen to any more of it. Clearly, Trudeau has no intention of answering what the fall is going to look like, whether or not it's going to be called, what the current state or status of the coalition government is, and so on and so on. He has absolutely no intention of answering. So we have no intention of what? What's going to happen? Well, who knows? Here's what we do know. Daniel chapter 2, verse 21. Daniel says, Almighty God sits behind the sea, he removes things and sets up things. He gives wisdom to the wise and knowledge to those who have understanding. Almighty God is sovereign in all things that is included in all things. We have got Trudeau here, we have got Singh, we're calling out all of them. That's a king of political death, and they're trying to do it. According to these roles, they're all taking hand behind closed doors. Nevertheless, even though it seems like there's a political death going on, Almighty God will absolutely have power. He will remove things and set things up according to the perfect will, so that his plans for the world might be accomplished. This is repeated in Romans chapter 9, and Paul says, what then shall we say? Is there injustice on God's part? By no means. He says to my children, I will have mercy on whom I have mercy, and I will have compassion on whom I have compassion. The scripture says to Pharaoh, for this very purpose I have mercy on blood, that I might show my power, that I may proclaim in all the earth. So then Almighty God will tomorrow never he will. So justice will know that Pharaoh, in a particular sense, is actually used as a tool for Almighty God. Justice is like the same. They're always up the same. All of our political leaders are the God. Show the world his power, to show the world his sovereignty, and to show that even though man makes all of these grand plans that decides to map out the map, or map out the direction, the destination of his life, it's Almighty God who decides. And we don't fear, we don't need to be afraid as Christians. We have absolutely no worry whatsoever. For we know that in spite of all the chaos that's happening, in spite of all that's going on in the earth, in spite of all of the anarchy and the chaos that seems to be erupting all around the world, Almighty God is not standing on his throne because his work is complete and it will be done.
If there's one thing that can be done was once a team, and even when your tools coming to those where you teach to, still won't stop. Because you love the challenge, and all the hours, and all of the congratulations to the work you just conquered and done. How do you understand the importance of
today we change the way we call it.
Thanks for coming here on Speaking of the Channel. I'm trying to bring you a small one. Democrats on the political blog on the political deal that happened yesterday to represent the party that really side of all stuff. It's helped people know how to pass through the happenings, but now that it's over, people can post it on social media. I did. Watch this.
Canadians are fighting a battle for the future of the middle class. Justin Trudeau, today, I notified the Prime Minister that I've ripped up the supply and confidence agreement. Canadians are fighting a battle for the future of the middle class. Justin Trudeau has proven again and again he will always cave to corporate greed. They have let people down. They don't deserve another chance. There is an even bigger battle ahead. The threat of Pierre Poilievre and conservative cuts from workers, retirees, young people, patients, families. He will cut in order to give more to big corporations and wealthy CEOs. The fact is, the Liberals are too weak, too selfish, and too devoted to fight for people. They cannot be the change. They cannot restore the hope. They cannot stop the conservative votes. In the next federal election,
Canadians will choose Pierre Poilievre's palace bus or hope that when we stand united, we win. The Canada's middle class will once again thrive together. In Canada, we take care of our neighbors. That's who we are. I've embraced that value my whole life. I'm running for Prime Minister because together we can and will stop conservative cuts, can deliver relief and restore hope. Fix healthcare, build homes we can afford, stop price gouging. It's always impossible. No, it isn't. It can't be done until someone does it. Put together, nothing is impossible. Let them tell us it can't be done. Big corporation, yes, and there go. It's the people's time.
All right, there you have it. Ripkenson in that video just released saying he's ripping up the deal with the Trudeau government that helps keep Justin Trudeau in power. Promotional campaign style video. And Ripkenson saying that Trudeau will belong to what still have a chance, but also saying the bigger threat here is Pierre Poilievre and conservatives. City's Rachel Allen standing by. I'll follow this first news now. A bit of a surprise here, Rachel, but what does it mean here? What's the NDP strategy?
This is a massive announcement from the NDP today, Todd, cutting off the deal with the Liberals months ahead of when it was supposed to expire. Is saying essentially because the ties of Liberals are politically advantageous. In this video, the NDP is setting up the next campaign as an argument to Canadians either vote for his party or the Conservatives, saying the Liberals have proved that they cannot fight the middle class, that they are too selfish and too weak to do that. So it's quite there from the NDP. How our audience a bit more about behind the scenes about how they gain consistency. So we have heard that the caucus consensus will evidence earlier this year. The timing on this call is key because they are saying to us that this agreement was made and this video, this print that actually shot just behind us here, was filmed before Poilievre came their house to put that pressure on the government to pull out of the deal. Poilievre is going to get things pulled up to vote on. Now, just because the NDP have backed out of this party agreement with the Liberals now, does not mean that the NDP is going to vote the federal election. It does mean it could be more likely the Liberals now will go case-by-case basis on their votes, get them passed, but it doesn't mean that the deputy is thrust into the vote at this moment, but it is certainly raising the political stakes for the votes.
Yeah, I just want to be very clear and just reiterate what you just said. What I'm saying is there going to be a federal election? Is that it? Does Trudeau his government fall? That is the case, correct?
That is correct. Just because the NDP have pulled out of this deal does not mean that the government has fallen. They still have the confidence of the House of Commons, and that will remain until if they fall on Parliament's vote or some other primary candidate. This Parliament is scheduled to last until June 2025, but the next federal election is scheduled for October following. This is certainly becoming a bit of a hotter political dynamic where the Liberals are going to look for support on big votes like budgets. It's really considered a matter of confidence from parties. That could still be the NDP, depending on the issue. It could be the Bloc as well. But it's going to be more of a traditional minority parliament. Basically, what the Liberals were dealing with before this deal came into place in 2022. It was meant to inject stability, prop up the Liberals, keep the Prime Minister in power in exchange for NDP priority issues. And we did see a number of policies advanced, progress was made. I was looking through the deal to get a sense of what was left, and frankly, not much. So maybe that was part of the consideration from the NDP as well, and it being small. Now, week and a half will probably
yeah, we're just showing the video again that was just released on social media by the NDP, with Jagmeet Singh is there in the Capitol. It's basically explaining why he wants to end this deal with the Liberals, a deal we've had for the last 2.5 years, give or take, but it now ends. We should also show you what's going on right now in Newfoundland. Show our viewers what a live patient study with Justin Trudeau, which is being voiced holding a live event today about the food program, the National Food Program. And no doubt, this will be number one when the reporters asking questions at the end of the availability of the press conference, which we understand is supposed to start about 1:30, so the next 20-25 minutes or so. you get Justin Trudeau's reaction to this film. Back to you, Rachel. I'm just curious, you look at the polling, and it's not all that great for the NDP. Conservatives are way ahead of the Liberals, they're also ahead of the NDP. So, you heard what the official talking points that are saying about the Liberals that they don't stand up for corporate greed. What do you think the strategy is here if they're trying to do a lot better than they did in the last federal election?
Well, my read on this spot, basis of the conversations on polygraphic intelligence and the sources on background, is that what they were hearing when they were knocking on doors ahead of this key federal by-election with the Liberal seat getting the Republican win, that they are hearing that their ties to the Liberals are no longer advantageous. And so my indication from that polling now is they've done a population thought that they need to now start differentiating themselves from the Liberals. The Conservatives have done a fairly effective job of kind of linking them together, saying they were in this so-called posse coalition government, making decisions hand in hand, Jagmeet Singh and Justin Trudeau. So the NDP taking this step now is a sign that they are trying to make the case for the NDP to be a change option for Canadians without that change being Poilievre as conservative, which is quite an interesting strategy to take. We'll see obviously how this plays out. I am very interested to hear Prime Minister's going to say shortly. We have been told that Jagmeet Singh let the Liberals know just ahead of this announcement way out on social media. So this is not something at days to plan their messaging and their response to it. They are learning how to effectively at the same time as the rest of Canada, which is quite remarkable. I was going to the field to try to figure out what kind of judgment agreement or was they have to give them more of a heads up, and clearly not.
Yeah, the other interesting by-election is the one in Manitoba, as you know, in Elmwood, Transcona, and that one is currently held by the NDP, and they're in all likelihood going to be in a tough race in that by-election in September against the Conservatives. So this may give them an argument. Look, we're not posting up the Liberals anymore. Support us people as hold on to the right.
And in that way, it is a very tight fight between the NDP and the Conservatives. The NDP candidate has got the backing of union leadership. The Conservative candidate is a union member. And you see this volleying back and forth of political advertisements trying to frame one or the other. And it's very much clearly this is a double barrel message from the NDP today. This is one of they are trying to make a case to be a change alternative for Canadian progressives, saying the Prime Minister is no longer strong enough to do that. But then also taking the step from that policy to say that they've accomplished what they need to under this scheme. They will also try to run on some big measures in this agreement that they consider that's fair, choice-based pharmacare, anti-scab legislation, and make the case that without the NDP putting the pressure on the Liberals, those big policies wouldn't have been accomplished.
CTV's Rachel Aiello in Ottawa with breaking political news. Thanks for this, Rachel. We'll check in again. Much appreciated.
Thanks, Todd.
You're watching a toothbrush for Blue Irish. But did you know that there's a YouTube music app where you can also listen to the video version? A ska version. And of course, the original version. Duh. Get the YouTube music premium.
We're going to go live now to Ottawa, where federal conservative leader Pierre Poilievre is speaking to reporters from Sicily. Spoke against the government housing costs and driving 2 million people to the food bank. Voted against the crime and chaos he has caused. All the PMO staffers called him in the media and said there would be heads rolling, that they would fire ministers. They called the Globe and Mail and said incompetent and discredited Chrystia Freeland would lose her job. To Mark Carney.